Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. Hi, welcome to TAB 2022. It's a great pleasure to see you all here. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for participating in TAB via the exhibition and all the different events that we're about to have starting, well, yesterday actually. I hope most of you have made it to the exhibition opening yesterday. If you haven't, do make sure to check it out. My name is Ivan Sergeyev, and I'll be your host for the symposium the next 2 days. So if you have any questions, any concerns, questions from the audience, then, see my face and just make sure that you contact me. Let's take a quick look at the schedule as well. So basically, we're starting the symposium today, Thursday. We have a pretty long day ahead of us. We're going to start with some welcoming words, and then basically kick into gear, have a keynote discussion, or keynote panel, and then have panels after that discussing the first, let's say, the first half of what we would like to address with you in the next couple of days. And I don't know, without further ado, I would like to ask to join me here on the stage the chairman of the Estonian Center of Architecture, Raul Järg, for the welcoming words.
Good morning, dear friends. Good to see you all again here. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's opening. And hello, those who haven't. We met yesterday. But on behalf of Center for Architecture, I'm really happy to welcome you to the second most important event on the TAB, on the Symposium, which will open up all the deepness of the whole TAB and this very important topic about food and architecture. TAB has been sharing the great ideas with you over the 6 times already, and every time our focus is trying to find important topics on the architecture field. And especially today we are very happy that this, I would say, the most important for surviving to us, food is and connection with architecture is today on our table. I hope it's gonna be, I'm sure it will be very tasty symposium and all TAB. And especially again, I can't express my gratitude and thankful to our curators team who have done a great job. Lidia Kalipoliti and Areti Markopoulou, thank you to you. And now I know my time is up, and I'm happy to give and invite here to the welcoming words to the Member of Parliament and Member of Culture Committee, Heidi Purga, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So, dear curators, Lidia Kalipoliti and Areti Markopoulou, participants, speakers and guests of the Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal 2022. Yeah, we live in strange times where nothing is certain. Various crises have left fertile ground for rethinking our current way of life and arriving at new methods to shape our lives. I am very glad that this year's curators, Lidia Kalipoliti and Areti Markopoulou, have chosen a theme that inspires us to think about the future, where we no longer have to depend on other countries or transport chains, but we would be able to produce everything here, we consume it. Looking at the topics that will be discussed today and tomorrow, I already wish that there were more and more city gardens in Tallinn, for example, or that people would realize how long their food has to travel to get their table. I look forward to the proposals that will come from today's and tomorrow's discussions of what could be a better alternative to today's wasteful world. Through the years, TAB has been the platform for professionals and enthusiasts to meet and discuss acute spatial issues, thereby shaping the local discourse. The recent pandemic and accompanying restrictions have candidly illustrated the value and fragility of such platforms. So let's enjoy the fact that once again we can gather in the same space, exchange and break bread together. The better we use the opportunities presented by TAB, the better we will be equipped to address the challenges we must face, and the more educated policies and decisions we will be able to make in shaping our physical environment. Thank you, and I wish all of you very productive 2 days. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Raul. Thank you, Heidi. No, it's all good, great. Now for the welcoming words, I would like to invite to the stage our dear, beloved curators of this year's TAB, Lydia and Areti. Please.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today, but also yesterday. It was lovely. We really enjoyed the opening and all of you that came to share with us what are the possibilities of the future of architecture if we rethink the relation between the built environment and food systems. And we really enjoyed that you all dive deep into the themes and you asked so many questions. And we do invite you to go back to the exhibition with more time and less people, because there is lots of content to digest. So hopefully you will have the possibility to do that and we can continue our discussion. We're very happy to launch the International Symposium because apart from the projects that they are presented in the exhibition, we do need to have these critical discussions from different people on the work that they have presented in the exhibition, but also on other topics related to the outcome of that work. So we thank you, and we really are looking forward to these 2 days, intense days of discussion. So we will start with a short introduction to our theme, and then we will have some time to get your feedback.
Yes, so on my end, I want to thank you as well. It would not have been possible without each and every one of you. So thank you to the participants, to the speakers, to the Center for Architecture, the wonderful production team. And thank you so much, Claudia, the previous TAB curator, for coming to be our keynote speaker. We have so many alliances with the topic and the topic that you have done in 2017. And thank you, Philippe, for coming to be our keynote speaker. We're extremely honored to have all of you here. And just to add a note, my favorite part about yesterday's opening was the fact that during the opening and after the performance, the exhibition was actually eaten. People ate the sausages and the peppers and everything. And we're going to start our introduction to the topic by asking, what is edible? And in our minds, when we consider something edible, we understand it to be eaten, ingested, becoming part of our bodies, so something external becoming an internal process of our body, independently of the taste. So the main question is, what would our relationship to the built environment be like if it would register this process of digestion?
And during the pandemic, we actually found ourselves in front of a main question of where does our food come from? No? We found ourselves in front of empty shelves, and that question became very, very important. And it's not only that question that is actually has been arised by the pandemic, but it was also the fact that this made us reflect on the processes of production, on the processes of transportation, of distribution of goods, and the fragility of these networks. And this is why Edible tries to bring these questions about fragility of networks of production and distribution, and it deals with food in both ways. On the one hand, literal, in a literal way, and on the other hand, in a metaphorical way.
So the literal notion, via food, we explore in the exhibition architectural strategies of local production and self-sufficiency, including urban agriculture systems, renewable energy, and how infrastructures can be reinvented and redesigned to produce food. On the other hand, with the notion of food, we understand waste as food, the byproducts of our living processes, our production systems as food, in ways that limit material loss and explore alternative pathways. So the relationships between architecture and food are interscalar and interterritorial. They connect the stomach and our senses to the ecology of territories and the technology of building systems. They bring together the farm, the stomach, the city, environmental inequality, and
the gut.
Our world, and the gut.
We do know that currently the global food system, and we can see in that image from, and in some images later on, but from the overgrowth of chicken to the entirety of the agri-food industry, it is the world's largest emitter of greenhouse gases. So we need to rethink how we produce our food. And if we need to respond to the increasing urbanization in order to feed our planet for the next 10 to 15 years, we need to triplicate that production. So the ways of where are we doing it and how they become very fundamental for the future of our cities and buildings.
So, I think this one. So we continue to produce and consume our edibles by reinforcing carbon dependency, often unaware of the links between the sourcing, production, and distribution of food, and the ways in which we consume it. In many ways, we are estranged from the journey of the edible arriving to our table.
And if we take the chickens, for example, we will see that from 1957 to 2005, actually the chicken breeds grew about 4 times. So it's not only that we are adapting different kind of food production processes in order to feed our desires, but it's also the fact that we are altering living systems to do so. And that is really striking.
Therefore, in the Biennale, we envision an architecture that produces resources, digests its waste, and decomposes. And a lot of the participants have done a wonderful job in addressing many of these topics. This paradigm radically intervenes and recomposes the extractive, contaminating nature of the built environment and addresses many crises that are interrelated today, namely the public health crisis, social inequity, and the climate crisis, of course. So the idea of a world where the resources are not extracted but recirculated is vital for the future of planetary habitability.
And we have a series of questions that we are raising with this Biennale, but 2 of the most important ones is how we can design the architecture of metabolism, what do we mean by metabolism in architecture, and of course, how can architecture redefine resources, where we find resources, how we use these resources in order to design and build, and how can architecture produce food and eventually be eaten away.
So by eating, we ingest the planet, and then the planet becomes the repository of our excretions. this very primordial relationship of interdependency is sensed via architecture, which becomes the medium where climate change is registered. It basically becomes a medium where resource consumption, decomposition, as well as the body sheltering or macro and macroclimate is registered.
And within our curatorial exhibition, we tried to, let's say, land all these questions and issues into different thematics. And these thematics have been organized around three important scales. We're interested to understand the scale, the microscale, the scale of the human cell, the body, but also the microscale of the material, to the mesoscale of habitation and our domestic environments, and of course to the macroscale of the territories and the geopolitics that surround the topic of food and architecture.
Yeah, so we urge all of you to go and look at the exhibition. Yesterday was crazy, so I think that not everybody was able to digest the content. And we're just putting in the slide the different sections that RIT briefly mentioned. The Metabolic Home, where the performance took place, which addresses the scale of habitation of everyday life through a house that becomes, that is consisted out of rooms that address each metabolic process, and resources are recirculated. The microscale of the material from brick to soil, food and geopolitics, the archaeology of architecture and food, and the initiative that we have created in the upper floor, the Future Food Deal, which is consisted of visions and cookbooks. And we will briefly explain each one of these sections.
The Metabolic Home, as we've said, it redefines the concept of habitation. And we actually urge you all, visitors and participants, to become and participate in a curated experiment. The performance that we did last night was a starting point to allow you to understand that you can inhabit that space in different ways. And each of the 7 installations in the Metabolic Home, they represent one domestic space in relation to one process of food. And all these spaces, they interchange, they are interrelated, and they interchange resources among them.
So here you see how we started thinking about the metabolic house. It is consisted of different rooms. So in very few words, food production happens in the garden. Food processing happens in an interspecies kitchen. Consumption, ingestion is hosted in a rewilded dining table. The process of hydration and irrigation happens in a toilet that endlessly recirculates water that then feeds back into the garden. Digestion happens in a lounge, that is where furniture is also becoming part of an envelope that becomes edible. And upcycling is in the garage, which is made out of carbon-negative bricks, and breaking nutrients is part of the access, a staircase made by an Estonian team.
The section from brick to soil, it actually aims to magnify the significance and raise the awareness of the origin, the process, the use, but also the destination of our built matter. With a focus in this micro scale of materials, actually this section, this white section represents a laboratory of experimental solutions for building prototypes and parts that they are, some of them edible, some others upcycled, they are productive or even compostable. And this section is trying to blur the limits between what is nature and what is artifice in the process of building matter. And you will see that most of the participants are actually, they're programming, they are hacking, they are adapting natural processes of growth or harvesting in order to create new building prototypes that they're able to produce food or to be eaten away.
In the large-scale territorial section of food and geopolitics, we engage large-scale territories, planetary phenomena, and bottom-up territorial actions that are presented in this section with maps, drawings, films, visualizations that represent questions of mass migration, food sourcing, especially food sourcing in challenging environmental conditions and zones of conflict, from local ground-up material banks to cultural practices that are rooted in the land and questions of food justice that are brought about by ecological transformations. Food and geopolitics highlights the interdependencies between food systems, culture, political economy, and geography.
The archaeology of architecture and food systems is something that you can find on the second floor of the exhibition. And it's a thorough research throughout the 20th century that explores the connection of projects around the connections of food and architecture. And it's very important that these kind of projects, they have been researched and presented in a critical way where, for example, decolonization of food is happening or should be happening, as well as, as with a critical view on the role of the females within the kitchen and with how houses have been organized around this kind of role of women in the kitchen.
So also in the second floor, you will find an initiative that we did to expand the content of the Biennale, which we have titled The Future Food Deal. And there are two parts of this initiative: visions, which are the drawings that you see hanging in the upper floor, where we invited academics and researchers from different institutions and offices to question what is the future of food and urbanity and what will it be like in 2050. So the invited participants were posed these questions and related issues, including food justice, species interdependencies, global political alliances, and obsolete infrastructures. These explorations were encouraged through visualizations, expressions of power dynamics, and questions like who gets to benefit from ecological catastrophe, who does not get to benefit, and what is the territory of the planet with these transformations in the near future.
The Future Food Deal also has a second section that is what we call the cookbooks. The Cookbooks Initiative was an open call that we did in order to explore, detect young talent and interesting project out there that can confront principles of kinship, of circularity, of localization, and they can actually create what we call cookbooks in the sense of guidelines, creating certain open source even solutions that people could eventually adapt to different contexts, extrapolate them, and implement them in different places in the world.
In correlation with the Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal, which has also become part of the catalog that you all have in your tote bags, is an eFlex architecture series called Digestion, which includes a series of texts by different authors that expand the context of the Biennale. And this was a collaboration, of course, with Nick Axel and Nicholas Hirsch from eFlex Architecture, and it includes texts that have already started being published. So if you haven't gotten a chance to read Mark Wigley's text on the excremental interior, it's online, it's an amazing text, read it. Other authors whose texts are still coming out include Audeline Dulier, Rachel Armstrong, Reef Larson, Mei-Ling Loco, Meredith Tenhoor, Fei-Fei Zhu, and others.
In summing up our introduction, we wish actually to discuss 3 key points, 3 reflections that we want you also to reflect upon and take with you from Edible. The first one is the fragility of production and distribution processes. So food uncertainty, the impact of the pandemic on industrial food production, or events such as the current Russian war against Ukraine, or the energy crisis related to this, even the blockades of the Suez Canal in March 2021 that actually seized global transportation. It had an effect on the global economy, on the price of the oil. All these global events, they foreground the urgency for a united reflection on the fragility of our production and our distribution processes. They urge to start thinking the significance of the geolocation of these processes and the means, where do they happen, where does production, distribution, consumption is happening, and how, through which kind of means. And it also urges us to reflect on our exaggerated lifestyles, which are leading to a ceaseless growth model, to endless mobility needs, and finally, of course, reflect on our accountability on how we occupy the planet.
So the second point that we want to leave you with, which has become eminently important in the last few years, is the question of interspecies alliances. So what is interesting when we explore the material, societal, or geopolitical entanglements between architecture and food, we realize that these connections operate in different scales, from the micro scale and the cells of our bodies to the macro scale of the territorial ecologies. But that's not just, it's not just scale that becomes important here. Additionally, we're dealing with interdependencies between food, architecture, humans, as well as biological, cultural, and technological others. Moving beyond an understanding of metabolism as a collection of inhabitable machines, which, if we think about it, is the kind of heavy burden of modernism, we explore the notion of metabolism as patterns of energy and material generation and distribution within a multiverse, or within what Arturo Escobar, who is a philosopher and anthropologist, calls a pluriverse. This reality does not tolerate traditional dichotomies that have been sustained since the Enlightenment, dichotomies between what is nature and what is artifice, what is human and what is not human, what is resource and what is waste. Rather, it urges the emergence of a new network of life and death and alternative forms of matter within a web of life and death, including non-human agents.
The last point we want you to reflect upon is the paradigm of abundance versus the one of scarcity. You know, one fundamental mistake of the mainstream idea of sustainability, or at least the way that society perceives it, is the aspect that we need to compromise our needs and we need to compromise our desires. We are asked to consume less, to build less, to generate less emission, to move less, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, as we have already seen, the global systems in place, they operate in a totally different mindset, in a mindset which is very much focused in centralization, in extractive approaches, in heavy carbonized processes, or even in based on traditional dichotomies of separation between what is waste, what is valuable matter, what is interior and what is exterior. And we believe we need to ask more from architecture. We need to ask more from how our byproducts are being reused, from how and where our resources are generated in buildings and cities, and eventually to implement new forms of localization and a new paradigm that operates with an abundance mindset rather than from a place of scarcity. So operating with an abundance mindset is a new paradigm relevant to the practices of design and expands or helps to expand the definition of resources, as well as where resources can be found and how they can be used. And this allows us to think of cities or the built environment as potential mines from where we can actually mine resources that until now we were considering non-useful for us. So we want you to stay with this idea of abundance, following natural logics as well of what is scarce and what is abundant. And we want you to discuss with us during these 2 days all these ideas together. So welcome to Edible.
Welcome. On that note, we want to thank you for your attention, and we would like to talk to each and one of you with any questions that you have. So thank you to everybody again, and welcome to Edible.
Thank you. Lydia.
All right. Thank you, Lydia. Thank you already. We're going to go now into the panels. So to kick off, we're going to have a keynote panel with Claudia Pasquero and Philippe. And to introduce the speakers and to lead the panel, I would like to ask here to the stage Evelyn Steiner. A quick technical remark. Evelyn, please, you can come as well. But a quick technical remark. There must be a registration sheet moving somewhere along the lines of seating. Does somebody have it right now? All right, great. I'll come to you in a second. Anyway, Evelyn, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our keynote panel. First, let me thank the curators and organizers of this year's Biennale for having put together such an amazing and especially timely program and to gather all these prominent thinkers, architects and designers here in Tallinn. My name is Evelyn Steiner and I am a curator based in Zurich, Switzerland. As the overarching topic of this Biennale suggests, we need to address our global ecological crisis not only through our way of living, but especially through the very powerful tools of design and architecture. Our two keynote speakers, Claudia Pasquero and Philippe, both pursue a practice that incorporates the themes that are addressed here in Tallinn very well in their practice. Both understand the design process as a holistic practice. They consider nature not simply as a backdrop to human activities, but offer ways to create new alliances with the forces of nature. They understand buildings as a means of shaping the spheres and atmospheres that constitute the environments that we inhabit. But most importantly, they deal with the key question: how can the global world be made more habitable? A question especially important for us architects and designers, and a question that will hopefully be widely debated here in Tallinn. Before I hand over to Claudia and Philippe so that they can start with their lectures, let me introduce them properly. Claudia Pasquero is an architect, curator, author, and educator. Her work and research operates at the intersection of biology, computation, and design. She is also a co-director of Ecologic Studio in London, which she co-founded in 2005 with her partner Marco Poletto. The studio has built a unique portfolio of biophilic sculptures, living structures, and nature-based design solutions to the imminent impact of climate change. In 2018, it joined the Synthetic Landscapes Lab, University of Innsbruck, and the Urban Morphogenesis Lab at Bartlett UCL to create the Photosynthetic venture. Claudia Pasquero has lectured and taught internationally, for example at the AA in London, the AAC in Barcelona, Cornell University, Bartlett, and so on, and she has been the director of fabrication ecologies at the AAC in Barcelona since October 2012. She was also the head curator of the Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal a couple of years ago in 2017. Furthermore, she is a co-author of Systemic Architecture, Operating Manual for the Self-Organizing City, published in 2012. Her work has been published and exhibited internationally, for example at the Frag Centre in Orléans, the Venice Architecture Biennale, the ZKM Karlsruhe, and the Milano Expo, among others. Currently, she's writing a new book with Marco Poletto titled Deep Green: Biodesign in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. I'm looking forward to reading this publication. Philippe, he's a Swiss architect and principal in the office of Philippe Architect, based in Paris. His work which embeds architecture in his environmental and climatic field, has received an international audience in the context of sustainability. His recent work includes the first prize for the Farini and San Cristoforo Urban Master Plans competition in Milan in 2019, the 70-hectare Central Park in Taichung, Taiwan, completed recently in 2020, the ongoing Agora of the French National Radio in Paris, the new head office building of the company Bureau Vallée near to Paris, and the competition for the new park for the Esplanade of La Défense in France. He has held many professorships at GSD Harvard University, Columbia, Cornell, or Princeton universities. He is also a tenured associate professor at the National Superior School of Architecture in Versailles. His work has been exhibited widely, such as at the Venice, Chicago, or Seoul Architecture Biennales. As well, he has published numerous monographic books and articles, such as, for example, Form Follows Climate, or Constructed Atmospheres. In 2020, he created the exhibition Histoire naturelle de l'architecture at the Pavillon de l'Arsenal in Paris, with an accompanying catalogue, which we will hopefully also talk about with him today. So I'd like to thank both of you for being here today, and please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Claudia and Philippe. I think Philippe Ram will start, or Claudia, I don't know. Claudia will start, thanks.
Thanks, Evelyn, for the introduction. Just a quick question. How do I control the presentation? I was not briefed. Somebody control it for me. Okay, very well. Let's see how it goes. So, thanks a lot for the invite here. Thanks, Areti and Lydia. I think I'm going to be briefed now. Okay, perfect. So, today I would like to discuss the relationship between design and living, starting from the brick, or the bio-brick, titled Synthetic Crystal Ladron, which we presented here at the 6th edition of the Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal. This brick engage, the video is not playing, what should I do? Okay. This brick engage with a research developed at Innsbruck University, which map, draw, understand, and make proposal for how the landscape and the body of glacier can be transformed. Glaciers are currently disappearing, and many of the infrastructure that are devised to retain this form of landscape is related to the covering of this landscape. But can new opportunity emerge? We discovered that glaciers are also populated by microecology, in particular algae nivalis and porphyridium are red algae that grow on glacier, absorb pollutant, actually contribute to their melting, but become probably or could become a new form of synthetic landscape. These microalgae turn red because of the extreme condition in which they grow on glacier. You saw some of the photo we took on glacier in the short video. And this element, this red, called astaxanthin, is potentially a nutrient for us. So what the project presented here, Explore, is a biobrick, a form of synthetic crystallization, where these microalgae that grow, let's say, wildly on glacier could be cultivated, and at the same time develop a different way of transforming glacier. We are in time of climate change, but change is an inherent quality of the planet we inhabit. Rather than stopping change, can we establish positive dynamic of change? And in this sense, by absorbing some of the pollutant and producing nutrients, in this case, for our skin, for our body? Can we devise new form of synthetic landscape? This is an exploration that has been ongoing in the last 10 plus years in my practice as well as my academic research. We have developed multiple of these biobrick. You can see here the biobombola, and this is my house and my kids. That's me. In this case, we are cultivating another type of microalgae, is spirulina. Spirulina is another nutrient, is another food, in this case, not for our skin, but it's a protein-based, plant protein-based aliment, and it can be harvested weekly. At the same time, is able to remetabolize some of the bioproduct of our city. It creates, therefore, a circular ecology, and it can nurture us on a daily basis. This all research is part of the Photosynthetic consortium that has been founded by Mark and myself and integrate multiple partner at the academic level. We have developed prototypes that range from the micro scale to the mesoscale to the macro scale of the city. Here you can see a zoom-in view of R26L, a biodigital 3D printed sculpture integrated microalgae in biogel format. A sort of living filter was originally commissioned by the Centre Pompidou in Paris and then exhibited at the Mori Museum in Tokyo, at the MAC Museum in Vienna, in Madrid, and is currently in Hyundai Motor Studio, Busan. Urban well-being. We have developed a prototype of well-being. The one you see here is the Tekitada, our first permanent photosynthetic architecture developed in Astana for the export remain to the city as a museum of biotechnology. Future food. We have worked with different companies from the corporate sector in the food industry to develop elements of their factory and their headquarters that are able to, at the same time, absorb some of the byproduct of their production line, but also produce elements that they get integrated in their R&D department. Carbon neutrality, we have developed facade and system that may attempt to transform architecture in a living system, in a living machine, in a photosynthetic organism, to target the challenge of the carbon neutral city in a context in which city grows continuously. We inhabit a metabolically linear city. Resources are consumed on one end, waste and pollution are emitted on the other. This is the city we inherited from modernity. Can we envision a different city where multiple cycles are designed and interconnected? Cities are still the emitter of 70% of the CO2 in our planet, and in London, a large amount of people still live in small microclimate that, if measured, are well above the level of danger suggested by the WHO organization. Can we convert what city expel as waste or pollution into superfood or new form of material for a growing urban population? This is what we are challenging with the Photosynthetic venture. And in particular, one of the core organisms at the center of this venture are microalgae. Microalgae are in itself a consequence of climate change. Here you see a satellite view of the Baltic Sea, and the little white dot is a petrol tanker, so it's quite big. And algae bloom on many of the seas of our planet because they are able to nurture on some of the byproducts of our city. What we call pollutant, and is dangerous for us as species, is actually food for them. So the idea here is to create alliances with them. As a matter of fact, most of the CO2 that we produce is currently absorbed by our ocean and by the microalgae present on them. So with Photosynthetica, the aim is to create artificial habitat where algae grow collectively within the city. From a wilderness, they become part of a form of synthetic landscape. And beauty and pleasure are part of the question. Can we integrate beauty and efficiently photosynthetic organism in our city in order to remetabolize some of the byproduct and produce biomass and clean air. This is what we started with the photosynthetic facade system, measuring the effect of microalgae that are effectively much more photosynthetic than larger organisms, because all their body is completely devoted to the photosynthesis and to the remetabolization, and therefore, in this sense, for us, more suited for the dense urban context. The building becomes, in this sense, dynamic. Air enters from the bottom of the photobioreactor and exit oxygenated, and the pollutant get eaten by the algae and become, in this sense, another form of substance. So this is the metabolic cycle of photosynthetica, CO2 and other elements from the city, NOx, PM2.5, PM10 enter, and we have as output data, algal biomass, and oxygen that can feed on different industries in the city and that feed back to the city and the single individual. This type of cycle has been explored in terms of absorption of pollutant in many of our installations, and lately we started to investigate what can be done, how this biomass can become a nutrient for us, but even for architecture. Here is a photo taken recently at the Air Lab in London. It's an exhibition, but it's also a workshop. We work from there 3 days a week, and we work in producing biopolymer, both in the form of material sample that you see here, but also in the form of 3D printable filament directly from the microalgae that are cultivated in their lab. Now we will see here a short video of the Air Lab, I think. No, these are some of the filament, sorry, got confused, that got produced there. And then we engage with multiple form of printing through this biopolymer and robotic production.
Through the collaboration with Otravin, we started to imagine a new kind of public realm where the filtration or the purification of air becomes an act of playfulness, an act of interaction with the microclimate that we breathe every day. The Air Lab is really a collection of actions or practices. In the Air Lab, we close the loop and explore what we can do with the biomass that we extract from the purification process. The biomass that we transform into biopolymer first, so a biodegradable form of plastic that is entirely made with renewable and degradable ingredients. And then we transform these into filaments for 3D printing. This process enables us to optimize the position of this material and create products of self-care that are, again, entirely biodegradable, and in this case also carbon neutral. The neti pot is one of these examples that visitors of the Air Lab will also be able to use and practice with. And it materializes this near future dream where people will be able to take care of themselves while taking care of the environment that they are part of.
We are often said that we need to stop the ecological disruption that our planet is going through. But if we think about it, change is an inherent quality of planet Earth. Planet Earth change continuously. We cannot stop change, but we can design architecture, devise architectural instrument to establish a different understanding of change, as well as positive dynamic rather than disrupted one. So, through this type of investigation, we explore the remetabolization and the production of biomass, both as edible organism for us, for our skin, but also as somehow food or material innovation for architecture, as for example, presented here on the tree one. The tree one is currently in show at the Yunar Moto Studio in Busan. It's a form of synthetic tree, 3D printed through biopolymer, which is able to photosynthesize and at the same time, similarly to a natural tree, be able to sink carbon in its materiality, in its biopolymer structure that is been robotically 3D printed and presented here. This is part of an investigation on synthetic tree and architectural structure that are able to integrate both alive microalgae and their bioproducts. So they grow from the biomass that they produce, and this is a series of the super tree. We've been produced different one. This is part of the ZKM collection, and integrate again living microorganisms. This type of research on a scientific and design level has been feeding on case study and design innovation project that the studio has developed. At the mesoscale of architecture, we have been working on the Photosynthetic Tower for the city of Linz. The Photosynthetic Tower morphologically related to OrthoXL, which is both a bioprototype and in this sense a scale model of what the Photosynthetic Tower could become. At the larger scale of the architecture, aside from the microcultivation of algae, the Photosynthetic Tower integrates as well larger garden and passages for migratory birds, and as well as hybrid program of inhabitation and scientific development in the atrium. To test one of these units, we have work on the Biotech Act. Effectively, it's realizing in one-to-one one of the units of the Photosynthetic Tower through multiple programs. The scientific one, there is a science in residence inside of the Biotech Act that continuously cultivate the microalgae and demonstrate what can be produced through the byproduct of their cultivation. In terms of energy, for example, is able to produce 10 kilowatt hour of energy, which is enough to support a family of 4. The second space of the Biotech Act, the art experience, the interaction, invite the user to interact with cultivation, provide the CO2 to the microalgae, as well as interacts with the morphological articulation of the photobioreactor. This space is able to produce, to consume 2 kilograms of CO2 per day, which is the equivalent of 32 large trees or a small urban forest. And ultimately the garden, where the harvest happens and the biomass is transformed, it produces 600 grams of protein per day, which is the intake of protein enough for 12 adults, and the equivalent protein that will be produced by 8 cows. But these numbers are not here to justify the presence of the Biotech Act or other photosynthetic projects, are rather here to describe its materiality and describe how this number becomes in the Biotech Act, material articulation. There is a move from an architecture as a machine for living to an architecture that aimed at being a living machine. This was presented this year also in COP, last year in COP26 in Glasgow through the air bubble eco machine, in which we were invited to explore the architecture of carbon neutrality. Being a temporary event, we decided to work with an architecture that is 90% made of air, water, and bacteria. There is a just thin layer of TPU, 0.01 millimeters, so it's very thin. And when packed is less than 80 kilo, and the users are invited to remetabolize the air through pleasure, spatial pleasure and playfulness, as well as interaction. So through the interaction, the air gets recirculated, and the water in this case is acting also as a ballast and as element that humidify and contribute to the metabolism as well as structural property of the architecture. The air bubble is part of a long-term project that we have started with GSK, pharmaceutical company. They contacted us 3 years ago, and we started to work on a set of playful form of architecture for the city. In this case, the first one was the air bubble playground in Warsaw. Warsaw is one of the most polluted cities in Europe, and their aim was to try and understand how we can involve kids in transforming the air of the city, and how playground could become, the air in the playground could be transformed.
I feel stuck in the middle. Do I send them out to play in collusion, or keep them locked up inside?
Is a major problem. Pollution levels are far worse at the child's height. They are more sensitive to the detrimental effects of air pollution.
We all grew up going outside and not having to worry about things.
I never thought I'd have to protect my kids from the one thing that keeps them alive.
As a mom, it breaks my heart.
I just want to play.
Microalgae are incredible organisms. And with our technology, we can use them to clean our city's air. We have gone to one of Europe's most polluted areas and built the world's first air-purifying biotechnological playground.
The uniqueness of this concept relies on the relationship between the architecture and the kids.
Have fun there.
The more children play, the more the algae absorb pollutants and clean oxygen is released.
This algae is what's taking the bad stuff out of the air.
The air feels amazing.
The key aspects of this project is to create awareness that it is indeed possible to clean the air we breathe.
This can't be the only way to help them breathe better. We need to do more.
One of the main challenges in this project was really to discuss with the multiple stakeholders involved how, in this case, was not a playground with attached a nature-based technology, it was the architecture that was contributing to the metabolization of the air and of the environment surrounding it. Through its morphology, the relationship between the ITFE membrane and the roof, and the air circulation, and as well as the kids playing. These are Giacomo and Lulu, my son and daughter. This would activate and create a relationship with the microalgae. In this project, we also started to embed a set of sensor and monitor for also research purpose. So we monitor the level of pollution across the city of Warsaw, as well as in the area adjacent and inside of the playground. And we observe a reduction of 75 to 95% of PM2.5 and PM10 that are the most dangerous particles in the air, as well as of the air quality index by WU. As you can see, the white dots are inside or in the area surrounding the playground, while the gray dots are outside. We then expanded this concept to the idea of the Biofactory. We started also a series of projects with the food industry. Here you see the Lisbon headquarters of Nestlé, where we integrated a photosynthetic facade cultivating spirulina, which their R&D group is aiming at integrating in their project. So at the same time, is a benefit for the office space, but it becomes a product as well for their production line. And we are currently exploring the expansion of these and how their factory as well could be transformed in larger photosynthetic system able to remetabolize some of this pollutant. At the level of the household, this was explored in Bit Biobot for the Venice Biennale, the last session of the Venice Biennale, how we will live together, and our aim, and the aim of Bit Biobot was to explore how we live with cyanobacteria. The environment we created at the tree level, the curtain, that is the inoculation of microalgae, is effectively the home of the algae. The convivium where the algae are then consumed and become edible, and the garden, the vertical garden. The vertical garden is the area where then the microalgae, after becoming a filter with the outside environment and being grown in the vertical curtain, they get cultivated in a more intense manner, harvested and taken care of from the household inhabitant. And then from there they can be harvested, and in this case, this is one of 36 glass 3D printed glassware we developed with Swarovski. Each of them contain biogel with microalgae, food drink, which we developed with a local chef, and each of them contain the same amount of protein of a T-bone steak. So it becomes edible throughout the exhibition itself. Of course, this has got repercussion also at the city level, and with this I will close my conversation just to mention that there are other microorganisms we work with, like the Fusarium polycephalon, that in this case become a form for us co-designer in many projects, and has been a co-designer in the project we developed for the previous Biennale for the peninsula of Pagliasarre. In that case, we started to investigate how the algorithmic logic or the computational logic of the Fusarium polycephalon, distributedness and collective intelligence, could be transposed to the water system of Tallinn, which at the moment is centralized, and at the moment of the Biennale was centralized and converging on the peninsula of Pagliasarre, and how could be distributed so that each household could become transformative, and how this redistribution could have an effect on the morphology of the city of Tallinn during the winter period, as well as during the summer period, where some of these infrastructure become more photosynthetic for a future blue-green planning. We have recently developed further this level of research and developed a machine learning algorithm that has been trained through the intelligence of our Fusarium polycephalon. And here we can see a project we developed for the Centre Pompidou, which is now part of the collection. We see it's a computational video. Here we have just a few frames in which this GAN Fusarium algorithm is transforming pairing from the scale of the city to the scale of the Pompidou, and rethinking it through a blue-green planning and distributed algorithm. This is my favorite frame, in which the infrastructure of pipes of the Pompidou get completely rethought by the algorithm in a form of organic and digital one. This interface, it allows us also to develop collaboration with the United Nations Development Program, in which we have been working in developing countries such as Guatemala City to try and understand how some of their problematic, in this case, Guatemala City has got huge problem with waste, and the geological infrastructure could be mapped and transformed so that the remetabolization of waste could happen locally through some of the prototype we have seen before. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here and to present my work. So it will be a little like a meal with a starter and main course and dessert, because it will be like different type of project. And I have bring some research and some project about food that I made since many years. So I'm starting with a kind of historical background. This is a book I made 2 years ago, Histoire naturelle de l'architecture. It's only in French, and but in this book, it's a kind of history based on climate, epidemic, and energy. And there is a few chapters that involve food in the history of architecture. The second chapter is about the creation of the city, and it's quite interesting to understand that the city at the beginning was just granary. You know, it's where you keep the food, where you keep the grain. You have to create a place where the grain will be kept, and then you have the religious people that were the accounter to calculate the quantity of grain that each peasant was giving to this place, and then you have the king and the soldier that was defending the granary. And if you look in the history of architecture, the beginning of the city is in reality is the storage of the food, and all the people are around that. And so we can see that at the beginning, you know, in the Babylon period. Also, if you look to the Egyptian temple, you know, they are full of storage of grain, and it was the same with monastery and abbey during the Middle Age. You know, it was in reality it was storage for food, and this is quite interesting to understand that the city in reality is a granary. Then there is another chapter about how beams create Gothic architecture. It's a link between the energy and the type of architecture. Of course, if you have a lot of energy, you build skyscraper. If you have no energy, you build just a small house. And this is something that is quite obvious, but we forget sometimes this kind of close relationship between energy and the form of architecture. And there is an interesting moment in the Middle Age. It's at 1000, there is a big change. Before it was a Dark Age period, and after it was the beautiful Middle Age. And there is a big change. It was linked to agriculture. There is before it was like a period of two. You know, there is one period you cultivate the ground, and one period you let the ground fertilize by itself. And then they introduce 3 periods. So first it was cereal, and then the second period was beans, and then it was empty. And the beans bring protein into the diet of the Middle-aged people, and it changed completely. You know, the people become stronger because you need protein for the muscle, but also the animals. So you can find skeleton of horses before 1000. They are very small, and after that they are bigger. And so we can relate the big change, you know, because before all the architecture was built in wood and very fragile architecture, and after it was in stone, and the Gothic architecture started there. So there is this kind of connection between the type of diet that the people have and the type of architectures that come from that. Then there is also something about iodine. You know, at the beginning of the 19th century, we discover iodine in the sea water, and a Swiss doctor find a relationship between some disease like goitre and the lack of iodine that was creating in Switzerland. We were talking about Crétin des Alpes, the crazy people from the mountain. and because they have a lack of iodine. And this moment when we discover that iodine was important for the metabolism of the human body, it was big movement from the people to go to the sea. So it was the invention of all the city on the sea, like Brighton, like Deauville, Trouville, and also all the movement to the small town like Vichy, Evian, where there is iodine into the water. So there is a big urbanization of the territories through this, because iodine was on the seawater, on different, on very precise type of water we can find sometime in the mountain. And so it was all this moment where the territory was urbanized, by people looking for iodine at that moment. So we can say that this is a kind of iodine consequence. Then there is something also with the modern architecture. We can say that modern architecture is coming from the dry meat of the Grison in Switzerland. There is a, at that moment, Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch, they discovered that the disease was linked to microbe, but they didn't know how to solve the problem. It was only, the discovery of antibiotic was only in 1950. So when you become sick at that time, it was very complicated to survive, and so. In the Grison in Switzerland, one doctor was looking to find solution for someone that have tuberculosis, and he was thinking about the dry meat of the Grison, and he said, us in the mountain, we expose meat, dead meat, to the sun and to the air, and to the air of the mountain, and it's very good, it smells good, it's tasty. And so what's about the living flesh, the living meat? And so he exposed the people to that, and it was a success. It was a completely random success, but in reality it was a success. The guy survived with the tuberculosis, and so it was the beginning of all the sanatorium, in Davos, the first Schatzalp sanatorium that was built in at the turn of the 19th century to the 20th century. And all the architecture from that is coming. All the modern architecture is based on this discovery, to have a lot of light, to have a lot of good air, and to have a big window, to have solarium, to have a whiteness, to increase the lighting. So we can say that the modern architecture is coming from this dry meat experience in the Grison. Now I will change, it was like the historical background. Now I would like to present some exhibition project I made based on food. This one was an exhibition at the Venice Biennale, and it was called Digestible Gulf Stream. So it was a link between climate and food. Because at that time I was interested to understand that the link between why we need architecture, it's because our body is 37 degrees Celsius. We have to keep this temperature. So we have to, for doing that, for keeping this temperature, we have to eat food, protein or calorie. We have to eat things, and also if it is not enough, because the meat is producing the temperature, the energy for the body. But if it is not enough, we need to build microclimate around the body to keep the 37 degrees Celsius. So it's why I say architecture is in between food and climate, if we want. It's to deal with these two parameters. And so for the Venice Biennale, I made this proposal that was creating an architecture based on climate. So, by using this kind of software where you can design the movement of the air linked to the hot air is moving up, the cold air is going down. So to create like a space of that. And then So it was like present like that. So it was like a hot platform and a cold platform creating a wind. And so the design of architecture was only about creating climatic design. And then if you look to the left, you can see that there is some red chili pepper. And so it was quite interesting also to see that there is this kind of physiological relationship between the food and the temperature perception. For example, if you eat chili pepper, you feel like burning. And if you eat mint, you feel cold, you know. And it's also why, for example, in hot country, when you eat a hot plate like a chili meal, you know, the chili in reality contain the capsaicin. I think the capsaicin is a molecule that activates the temperature on the skin. There is some neurological cell that are activated by the capsaicin that give the impression to the skin that the temperature is higher than 44 degrees Celsius. So this take a channel, an ionic channel, go to the brain and inform the brain that it's very hot. So you start to sweat, you know, to evacuate the heat by sweating. And so if in reality the climate is not at 44 degrees Celsius, but only at 30, so the body is activating a lot of cooling effect, what we call thermolysis. So it's the blood vein have become larger, you have the sweating, so you are cooling your body more actively. And so it's why to eat chili help the body to cool. Or you can have the same impression with a mint, you know, but the mint is a fake impression. So also the menthol gives the impression to the skin or in the mouth that because it takes the same channel that the temperature, it gives the impression that it's cold, and so it's like a fresh cooling. Like that. So we propose also to have candy, mint candy and chili candy, you know, on this kind of, let's see. Then another exhibition we made in Copenhagen, it was during the COP, one of the COP in 2009, and it was to create a kind of architecture that was only about like more physiological or more like a food architecture. So we propose, for example, I can show directly some image of the exhibition. So we have like, okay, like we can see red chili pepper, we have mint, we have protein, we have also fish with vitamin D. We have some different type of light. So it was like to decompose the reality of the space, of the architecture relationship into kind of physiological, and not to have the envelope, but to keep only the essence of what we are looking for. So we are looking for heat, we are looking for light for activating or blocking the melatonin or activating the vitamin D synthesis and things like that. So it was this kind of decomposed architecture that was present in the Royal School of Architecture in Copenhagen at that time. No, it was a small competition we won in Berlin for the Kunstwerke. It was like to create a cinema, and we proposed to have these fermented movies. So the idea was to connect the food, the heat production, and the protein, and a kind of sustainable system of ventilation through the cinema. So in reality, we base all the project on the double flow air renewal system. So we have fresh air that arrive, and then this fresh air is heated by the beamer. So it was before the LED beamer, but so the beamer is hot, and then it sends some energy on the screen. And on the screen, we propose to have a milk white screen, and that was heated by the projector, and then the air move into the space, and then go back, and there is a heat exchanger. And so we just calculate that, you know, if you are looking for a movie, if you stay motionless during 2 hours, you know, the calorie you are losing is similar to 1 yogurt. So we have this kind of process between the heat and the production of food and the heat we are losing during by watching the movie, and then we can, after that, we can take again back that. So this was like the screen during the projection, and then after when it's hand, and then we take that and we produce some yogurt made by the heat produced by the human and by all the energy during the. Another small project, it was for an exhibition. It was about the relationship between the different climate in the house and the fact that we have to keep, or before, you know, we have to keep also the food inside the house. So the link between the different climatic quality, for example, where it's dry and humid, dry and hot, or cold and humid, you know, it's also different area where you can store different type of food. And it was why in the old house you have these different humidity gradient. So in the basement you can keep a certain type of food because it's more humid, more cold. So it's, and then when you move up, it's become more dry, and you can keep some other type of food there. So, but in a modern apartment, you don't have this vertical stratification. So it's only vertical, only horizontal. So we propose to have a kind of reverse the verticality into horizontality, and to have a category between where it's more humid and more dry, and with also the ventilation. You know, we introduce dry and new air, and it move in the house, and it become more humid, and then it go out. So we propose to place all the different function of the house, like where it's more humid, like the shower, but it's also where you keep the apple, and where it's more dry, you keep the rice, and also it's where you are sleeping. And so there is a kind of humidity plan of the house, and then it's produced this kind of atmosphere of the kind of contemporary apartment that introduce the food inside. Then for the dessert, I will present 2 projects built in recently in Taiwan. One is a split time cafe, so it's two food project, but it's more like the program is food, it's cafe. This project we first did, a long time ago, we did this project. It was not built there, and we find the possibility to have this in Taiwan. But it was based also on this kind of physiological understanding of the relation between the body and the architecture and the space. And I work a lot about the relationship between light and the body, because when I was student, it was a time where we talk about light only in terms of metaphysics. It was like the light was something a little like spiritualist. It was a time of Tadao Ando, and the people were very fascinated by the light, like an abstract quality. But in reality, the light is not only abstract, it's also physiological. You need light for the melatonin. So there is a kind of surviving body relationship with the light. So we were very interested into this kind of physical and metabolism quality of the light. And this is a research that showed that the quantity of melatonin is an hormone. You need melatonin for sleeping, and you have no melatonin during the day. But we can see it was a discovery of 1980 by Alfred Lewy. It showed that if you place a lot of light on the eyes, it blocks the melatonin. And if you turn off the light, you have the melatonin that start to be secreted again. So this was and the link between melatonin and the body goes through the eyes and the pineal gland. And then recently, it was in 1990 and 2000, they start to do research to know which wavelengths block the melatonin or not. And they discovered that it was in the blue that it blocked the melatonin. And in the yellow, it doesn't block the melatonin. So it's why, on the smartphone today, you can have a program that block the blue light during the night, to be not awake by the light coming from the screen. So, but it came from this type of research, and so we can see that this light, the blue light, blocks the melatonin, so it's like a day space, and this one let the melatonin secreted. So from that we say, okay, if we are a designer, we can design space, but we can also design time. We can really, it's not a metaphor, we can design a day, a kind of perpetual day, by having only blue light, and we can design also a perpetual night by creating a yellow space. And so we propose to have a kind of cafe that was made of creating time, so you can move from night to day, or to natural movement transformation. And so we have these three space that where you can go in a more night condition, and a more day condition, or more turning natural cycle condition. So it was a project we made at that time, and then we have the possibility in Taiwan to do that. So it's a small cafe, and so we can see the three cell, the kind of perpetual night, and the day. So you can move, you can decide to go where you want, and so this is a project built. And so it was during after the construction, and now it's becoming a real cafe in Taiwan, where you can have you can have some different type of food. So this is some Instagram photo. Another project, we work a lot about the question of convection, and so it was also related to the Venice Biennale, when I showed this kind of how to design with climate immediately, not to design form and geometry, and then to ask to the engineer to introduce radiator and ventilation, but to say, as an architect, you can also design the movement of air, the compartment of the heat, and so we know that the hot air is moving up and the cold air is going down. So we made a proposal. It was for a kind of study for a new school of art in France. And so we work on this project. It was like a prototype. And so it was to design an atelier for the artist, for the student. And we don't know if the atelier should be completely black, dark, or with a lot of light, or only north light, or with a high quantity of light. Because maybe if you are doing some video, you need black, dark space. If you are a painter, you need a homogeneous north light. If you are if you are working on watches, you need a lot of light. So there is different type of quality of light, and we don't know what type of art will be produced. So in this project, we propose to have a variety, a gradation of lighting, and everybody are free to go where they want. And then we did the same for the heat. We say, if you are a sculptor, you need a low temperature because you are using your muscle. So it's like a sport hall. You know, the sport hall should have to be warm only at 14 degrees Celsius because you are producing your own heat. So if it is warm at 20 degrees Celsius, you overheat. It's too hot. So depending on the type of activity, you need more or less temperature. And here we propose to have different type of temperature based on the natural convection. Hot air is moving up, cold air is going down. So this is a section at the top of the drawing. This is a plan, and so at the end we have this kind of we have 4 different type of light, 4 different type of temperature, and it's create 16 different space. And so you can have a dark, hot space or a dark, cold space. So all the artists can decide where you want to go, and maybe we discover a type of art linked to this kind of condition. So this was like this project we made in Nantes. So you can see that more it go down, more it's cold, more it go up, more it's warm, because naturally the hot air is moving up. And from that we did it in Taiwan for a cafe. So this is it's 3 different space with different type of light. So more light, it's going from very bright to very dark, and in the section we have it go from very cold down to very hot. We have the section here, and it work with. In reality, we have some open space, so it's only the air ventilation, the natural ventilation at the beginning. And then on the core of the building, we have air conditioning, and the cold air of air conditioning is going down. So if you are too hot, you can go down in the underground. You can where it's becoming colder. And so you have different type of altitude in the cafe, and you can decide by yourself where you want to go, if you are looking for cold area or more warm. And also depending of the moment of the day, if it is noon, maybe you go down. If it is 6 p.m., you go up. And so we have this cafe here, there. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Philippe and Claudia Pasquero, for your insights into your work. I think somehow your work is very different from each other, but on the other hand, you also share like common ground. you both somehow seem to challenge or even question like a whole range of binary relations in architecture, such as the distinction between the exterior and the interior, or the public and the private, or the human and the machine. Could a little bit expand on that? Maybe you start, Philippe.
Yes, I think maybe we are also coming from a moment where the technology was there, and it was also me. I was never afraid about technique and technology, and so it's why in my project, you know, I am working in the same way, you know, what is natural or technique, and without because the human is always surviving because of the technique, and we cannot survive. But what I understand also from the experience in Taiwan, that, you know, the technique is complicated in reality, because you need maintenance, you need explanation, you need so sometimes it's you know, because for example in this building it's full of technique, but sometimes it's complicated, you know, and so today I'm looking more for more simple solution, you know, more passive solution, because I understand it's not because I don't trust technique or technology, it's just because it's complicated, and there is some other issue of maintenance, and that are that are becoming too complicated with the technique.
What's your take on that, Claudia? I don't know if you missed the beginning. I asked you both to what extent do you question this kind of binary relations in architecture between the interior and the exterior, public and private, and how hard is it to have a complete new approach that kind of question also the defining qualities of architecture, such as like permanence or hardness, or also kind of, let's say, a resistance to change and movement?
Well, in terms of interior and exterior, I often reflect on the discipline of architecture, or the word architecture, when it came about. We were in the Renaissance in Florence, the first time we used the word architecture. And I don't know, in my opinion, if you think about it, at the time, the relationship between what I like to call the biosphere and the urban sphere, but you could say the human and the environment, was kind of opposite to the one we have now. There was wilderness, both in terms of natural as well as artificial system. And somehow, in that sense, maybe the perspective view as a technique, and the wall or the fortress as a way of sheltering the meaning in terms of architectural system. But in a moment in which our urban sphere, our city, the network that sustains our city is so strong, and the biosphere is much weaker, maybe architecture could become something more soft, wet, tangible, and also an interface that is not anymore about creating a fortress, but actually enabling a dialogue. A dialogue that allows us to maybe create deeper conversation with the environment of our planet, with non-human species. And in that sense, it's true. It depends on if technology can become a technique or a daily practice. The question is that sometimes when we integrate technology, it depends how you see them, how you witness them. There are technologies that are designed. Design has an incredible role in there. They are designed, in my opinion, in a way to be close. We can't interact with them. There is no pleasure, there is no aesthetic, there is no spatial articulation, there is no daily practice. But what if we have the possibility nowadays to integrate biological material, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, microorganisms in a way that
maybe is more sophisticated, but more simple, in a way that we can create material languages and interact. That the complication, in my opinion, is not on a technological level there, but is more on a societal level. We are used to purchase, consume, and dispose. That's what we see around us. That's what we are told most of the time, not only verbally, but even by the way architecture is designed, the space where we live are designed. So can we define a different narrative also through architecture, whereas we don't purchase, consume, and dispose, but we transform? That's, for me, is where architecture can play a role, and that's my interest and where I work through, although I'm not sure that political or at the moment we are going in that direction.
That brings me right to my next question. So how challenging is it to introduce this kind of new thinking in this kind of static discipline? I mean, I know that you kind of disseminate your projects a lot within the context of biennales or academic context, but you surely also work with like real investors, the real world. Could a little bit tell us about your experiences with that? Maybe Philippe?
Currently, we are working for industrial building, with office building, and so we propose to, because we need some space for production and space for office, and then we start to combine the question of public space, because there is some public space like the cafeteria or the stairs where the people meet, and all this kind of sharing space of the production. And then I have proposed for that to not to say that the public space is only a social space definition, but it's also a climatic space definition. Because if you look in the past, the social space, the public space, was always linked with climatic quality. For example, if you in Switzerland, there is on the place there is a trees, and you go under the trees because there is a shadow, and the shadow of the trees was creating a public space. Or the fountain was creating a public space, or the basilic, it was a shadow built in the Roman city. It was creating a shadow, and it was a public space. And also the church, you can say the church was a big air conditioning building in Rome, in Italy, where it's too hot. You can go in the church and cool yourself. So there is this kind of between climatic quality and public space. So for this project, for the industrial project, we propose to have a greenhouse and a grotto, to say, okay, the greenhouse will be produce hot air during the winter, and also be the public space of the building, and all the hot air produced there will be introduced in the building. And then during the summer we have the grotto. So in the history of architecture you can find a lot of grotto. There is in France a very beautiful laiterie of Marie Antoinette. Milk house for Marie Antoinette is like kind of built grotto, where how to create coolness without electricity, or create a kind of natural fridge. So we are building a natural fridge and a natural heater, like that two pole where in between the building, the industrial space and the will be there. So I can introduce, this kind of idea of climatic idea by combining all the different demand, and of course today it's becoming so obvious, with the energy crisis. We need to think about that, and to find natural and cheap solution for cooling or for warming. So I think it's why a little our research are I think we are a little sensible to what's happened. You know, maybe we are sometimes more sensible than the other at the beginning. We feel something, and so I think Claudia also with this idea of CO2 and the algae, and they are working since many years on these things, and we are working also on these climatic issues since many years, because we are understanding that something is turning, something is changing, and the world is going in this direction. So it's why today it's more simple for me to explain what is the role of climate, you know, in the architecture, because everybody understands that, okay, you have to reduce the CO2 emissions. So all this question of thermal insulation, air renewal, are completely necessary. And also today, and maybe it's since this summer, because it was too hot, there is this heat wave, so everybody are understanding that climate, that architecture has to do something with climate. You know, we have to provide cold space. We are to and in next winter we have to provide warm space, because we are to turn off the radiator because it's too expensive. So all architecture can provide for free warm space. So this is this kind of mission are becoming very evident, I think, today.
I very much like the topic between the relation of the public space and the climate space. Maybe we can discuss it later on. But Claudia, what's your take on that question, that how hard it is to introduce this kind of new thinking in the discipline of architecture?
Well, following up on what Philippe was saying, I think one of the main issues is really an issue of integration rather than segregation. As I was mentioning during the presentation, when we designed the playground, one of the greatest obstacles we had was to articulate the playground as an integrated space that was able to remetabolize the air, and not as an architecture to which we were applying a machine or a tested technology. And this is present also methodologically. I think one element that somehow I think was correlating both presentation is the way scientific knowledge and design knowledge or visual languages are interwoven, and you cannot pick them apart. In biological system, aesthetic and beauty is a measure of ecological intelligence, and we come from 200 years that are a little bit too dominated by positivistic thinking, in my opinion, in which these two realms seems to be two different disciplines. They're just reading of reality that you cannot separate. And the same effort, for example, Philippe was mentioning the public space, and you know, we define spaces targeted and oriented and specialized, but I would like to make a short life example that many of my colleagues know already. I come from a family of wine producer, and when I was a kid, the wine production in the north of Italy was still integrating spatial articulation with pleasure, with aesthetic, as well as with production. The whole system was interwoven. In the moment you had the cutting of the grapes, you also had the fair in the village. You will meet in the square in front of the church, the side where you go to cut the grapes on that day. At 4, the mother of the house will cook, and then we will smash the grapes, and we will get the juice, and then all the process comes about. It was a party. Right, and it was clearly articulated. It had a precise aesthetic, but was interweaving with productivity, public space, economy, politics, and a lot of other elements. You could then pick these apart. And I'm not really aiming to go back there, because you never go back. But what I think we can take from pre-industrial society is this complexity, this not feeling the need to specialize, that I think we inherited from the first industrial revolution, and maybe now we can rephrase, or it's time to rephrase and articulate the difference. But this is an obstacle.
we come from a few hundred years in which this idea of specialization, segregation, you are a scientist or you are an architect or you are an artist, it's a cultural framework we have created and that at the moment I think is impeding us to really deal with ecological issues that are much more complex, interwoven, and need probably to be defined with multiple language that are not so simply separated.
And Claudia, you just said that you never go back, or we never go back, but I do have the notion that you somehow look at vernacular architecture or also historic architecture to gain more knowledge or to kind of overcome the segregation that was made by modernism. Could you comment on that, Philippe? What is your relation with, or also in this exhibition, Histoire naturelle de l'architecture, you bring a lot of examples from like ancient times.
Yeah, I think one conversation is about the question of the autonomy of architecture. When I was a student, you know, we heard a lot about this idea of autonomy of architecture, of the discipline. We are architects, and so we are living in the field of the discipline. And then I still sometimes heard, if you are talking about, maybe it's changed now, but 2 years ago, if you are talking about climate, some people say it's not architecture, you know, it's something else. It was the same with computer. It's not, you know, a computer was not architecture. So there is this kind of idea of autonomy that it's the field of architecture is only architecture, and it came from Aldo Rossi from the 1960s, and then I start to understand from where it's coming, this idea, and then I understand that it's come from Claude Lévi-Strauss, from the structuralism. Because the structuralism is to say, okay, we are not looking for the cause of things, we are just looking for not about what's happened in the infrastructure of the material infrastructure, we are just looking what happened in the superstructure, and so when you are reading Claude Lévi-Strauss, for example, he is talking about architecture, but only in terms of there is the bachelor or the married people that are there, and all the village is organized with that, but he never talk about rain, about heat, about sun, about flood. You know, it's only about a kind of superstructural, and there is no more material, climatic reason for explaining things. And for Aldo Rossi and all this generation, it was like that. And so it's why they didn't understand that in reality, architecture was completely based on climatic issue. You know, if you are looking you know, in my book, I talk about the Villa Rotonda from Palladio. It's a climatic machine. You know, you have 4 sides, because one is for the summer, one is for the winter, for the morning, and for the afternoon. So it's why it's designed like that. And you have a dome to evacuate the hot air in the middle. So the high ceiling is because it's cooler if you have high ceiling than low ceiling. So everything is based on climate, but I never learned that when I was a student. You know, we completely lost the reason of things during 50 years. And why? Because we were completely doped by carbon energy, you know, and antibiotic, by oil, and antibiotic give us the power to imagine that there is no more infrastructure. We are only living in the superstructure. We are only talking about culture, about symbols, about metaphor, about analogy, and we completely forget that the things was based on the material. And now it's, you know, we have an epidemic 2 years ago, we have the global warming, we have the energy crisis. So we are rediscovering that everything is based on infrastructure. So I think it's really good also for the architecture, because we will stop this crazy moment of the autonomy of the discipline that was like, it was funny during 50 years, but it was a kind of dream, because it was completely disconnected from the huge amount of energy we were burning, you know, to talk only about symbol, you know, because it was behind, it was the coal and the fossil energies that was supporting all this kind of metaphor and superstructural idea.
What about you, Claudia? You, as an Italian architect, do you agree with that Villa Rotonda is basically a climatic machine?
I like the definition, yes. Well, my comment on vernacular architecture, I guess, was before, is much more my personal relationship with the farm where I grew up. And when I said that we don't go back, is that things keep changing all the time and we deal with change. But of course we can recover model from, as I said, my main interest is to recover model from pre-industrial society, whereas there was the possibility to integrate flow or production of climate and in material organization and space.
In the few minutes remaining, I would like to talk about teaching. You are both involved in teaching and in the training of future architects. How do you think we could adapt like architectural education to better equip the profession to confront the climate crisis? And what do you pursue in your own teaching? Maybe Philippe?
Personally, I think the approach about climate was very low, but not so, because the architects were teaching other things, and but today it changed completely. Also, it came from the student. I just have a meeting 2 days ago for Versailles, and the students, they are complaining because they are not receiving formation about climatic issue, and so in the third year, they are talking about structure, but now they need to talk about the weight of the structure, the CO2 footprint of the structure. So they continue to work on the structure, on like a kind of visible architecture tradition, but involving CO2 footprint, because so I think it's changing, but only from 1 year ago. So sometimes it's I'm answering to some newspaper or some journalists, and everybody thinks that the architects, they are only working on climate and things. But if they know the reality of what's happening in the school, that nobody care about that, everybody were completely afraid about the reality of our formation. So, but it changed now.
What's your take on the education of architects?
Well, my hope is that architecture and visual language could really have a role in rediscussing climate change, and this is something that can start from education. And there are still students that come with the expectation that the landscape is separated from the architecture, but there is a wider knowledge that develops, and there will be the need to create a discourse to be able to rearticulate the planet in some way, eventually reaching politicians as well.
Thank you so much, Claudia and Philippe, for being here today. Due to the advanced time, I think we might leave it here. And I would like to hand over to our next panelists. Thank you. I would also like to extend my thanks to the audience for making the time to come and listen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, Claudia and Philippe. And now we're moving on to our second panel, discussion panel, which is going to be titled The Circular Block, or Reinventing the Microrayon. And for this panel, I would like to invite our curators, Lydia and Areti, to the stage, and also Kaidi Põldoja and Maria Dörlös. And oh yeah, and Sonia as well. Sonia, Here you are. Sorry, lights. But anyways, please come to the stage. I'll do a quick introduction of what we're going to be talking about in the meantime. So essentially, we're going to be speaking about division competition right now for an hour. And division competition has historically been one of the main parts of the Architecture Biennale, so just Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal Biennale. So just like the curatorial exhibition or the symposium that you're in right now, the vision competition has been, I think, with us ever since TAB was founded. For this year's brief was to explore how we convert waste into matter and how, let's say, the metabolism in the built environment works and taken as an example a specific area of Tallinn. This year, Lasnamäe was chosen to be the site. Lasnamäe is the, let's say, the largest housing district of Tallinn. About 1/4 of the entire population of Tallinn lives in Lasnamäe. The district is a Soviet development, so it was constructed between the 70s and 90s when the Soviet Union collapsed. Since the Union collapsed, it didn't just nicely finish, but collapsed. The district itself is also unfinished. So if you go, well, once we go to see the opening of the works, the opening of the exhibition of the works, then you'll see the environment, and then we'll have at some point the slides also for you to kind of get a glimpse of what Lasnamäe looks like. But basically, yeah, it's a very Soviet, modernistic sort of housing district with a lot of people, with traffic cutting through the very middle of the district. But in certain aspects, it's unfinished. So, for example, the playgrounds, some of the public infrastructure has never been finished. If you look at the map of Lasnamäe, then you'll see that it kind of is composed of cells. So microrayon is the cell of the district. A microrayon is designed or is initially purposed to be, let's say, a semi-self-sustaining piece of a city where you would have the school, the necessary infrastructure, pretty much everything except for work. And so that's what the Lasnamäe consists of. If we take a look at the exhibition or the division competition itself, then we've received, I mean, tons of submissions from pretty much all over the world. We had a jury consisting of Winnie Maas, also Kaidi was in the jury as well, and then Benedetta, help. Thank you very much. Veronica Valk and Thomas Tammis as well from Estonia. Selected 3 winning entries plus a number of honorable mentions. We're going to see all of those later today. The opening of the exhibition is going to happen during lunch. So when we finish with this panel, grab something quick right here in front, and then we're all going to go to the exhibition opening and then come back for lunch. But let's start with the panel, and now I can sit down probably as well. Maybe I'll go over there and introduce all of our speakers. So, yeah, the presentation is going to run in a second. And I think we can, yeah, pretty much roll it, starting now. So, yeah, here with me, I have Areti and Lydia, the curators of TAB. I don't think they need the introduction anymore. But I would also like to introduce Kaidi, who is the head of the is the architect and urban planner who heads the Spatial Planning Competence Center of the Strategic Management Office of City of Tallinn. Complicated, but basically Kaidi is in charge of the spatial planning of this beautiful city. Is in-house architecture and urban planning practice of City of Tallinn that drafts comprehensive plans and spatial visions for the City of Tallinn, designs public spaces, organizes architectural competitions and things like this. So Kaidi was also the member of the jury during the competition. Then next, Maria. Maria is a community activist in Lasnamäe. She's been involved with, I mean, you live there as well, as far as I know. Yeah, and she's been involved with public life in Lasnamäe for years. Through the nonprofit called Lasna Idee. And it's a nonprofit organization that unites local enthusiasts to develop their own neighborhood through citizen participation. You stand in community activism with one leg and is engaged in local policy and planning on the other. Maria is also board member and project manager of the Estonian Urban Lab, Linna Labor, where she deals with the popularization in urban education. And then Sonia. Sonia has been involved with the team of TAB. Sonia is actually the person who pretty much compiled the brief for the competition. She's a Master of Landscape Architecture candidate at Harvard GSD. And broadly, your interests, you'll be able to, I won't be reading them because I'm sure we'll touch on them. But yeah, so the presentation is there now. We can start. Basically, I'm not going to show a presentation. What we're going to do is we're just going to loop some slides so you can, follow as we speak. And just to kind of kick off the panel, I would like all of you to have a quick word, maybe like 3-5 words, as to how you see the competition. Were you happy with it? And maybe more specifically, I'll start with Areti and Lydia, with you. What intrigued you about the notion of the microrayon in Lasnamäe, specifically when choosing a site for the competition this year? Because I remember your eyes just lighting up when the word microrayon was mentioned, and you were like, oh yes, let's do this. So can you quickly comment on that?
Yeah. Thank you, Ivan, for the introduction, and thank you, everybody, for joining us. We are ignorant of the specificities of Tallinn, but we were asked as part of the Biennale events to choose a site, and we're very much interested to find a place that makes sense to use it as a competition site, not for the sake of the competition, but for understanding and finding a place that has big problematics and that the competition could serve as something that the authorities could take into consideration. Also, with Ivan, we have been through different kind of possibilities and case studies. And when we saw Lasnamäe, we were very much thrilled because this idea of microrayon, this idea of micro-district, resembles lots on the efforts, the contemporary efforts that we're trying to do to create a multi-center city, to create a city that is walkable, a city that is accessible, a city that has lots of public space. I come from Barcelona. They are, as part of the mobility plan in Barcelona, they are working a lot in this idea of the super block. So merging 9 urban blocks and redirecting the mobility in the periphery of the block. So all of a sudden, 70% of the interior of the block that was devoted to cars all of a sudden is becoming public space. So there are lots of a lot of contemporary, let's say, efforts on trying to rethink the scale of the urban district, and that was also something, the scale of the urban block, and that was also something that we wanted to do with the competition. Let's say, taking the idea of edible into the scale of the urban district, the urban block, and also into a real case of Tallinn. So I think that it was a great challenge for us to see how that idea that has been conceived in a different moment, in a different political moment, environmental moment, how could that be rethought as a mechanism, as a typology that would allow for, a self-sufficient district in terms of resources, an accessible district in terms of public space, an inclusive district in terms of building up upon the existing communities or communities participating in the regeneration of that, no? And what would it mean to implement the metabolic processes that we have seen in the exhibition into an urban scale? So that was a real challenge, and we were surprised by the different approaches that you will see during the exhibition. There is a variation of proposals, and there is a variation also in the winning entries. So we will have the possibility to visit that during the break.
Yes, thank you. Lydia.
I'll add to your question why our eyes lit up when we discovered the notion of the microrayon. And I just want to give a little brief, story of the origin of how this project emerged. When we started to develop this competition, it was during the pandemic when we were all contained and we were not allowed to walk in different districts. So, it was a very critical moment where this kind of confinement made you know your neighbors better or understand who is next door and try to kind of recreate your life based on a local self-sufficiency in many ways or form. And during that time, I remember we had many discussions with RIT about the 15-minute city, which was an idea of Carlo Moreno's, who's an academic in Paris at the Sorbonne, which was popularized by Anne Hidalgo, which was the mayor of Paris, that within 15 minutes, you should have all the resources that you need to sustain life, not only life in terms of survival, but also livelihood, communication, conviviality, and so forth. So the microrayon was very interesting to us as a kind of historical artifact of what it meant for the development of the Soviet Union and what the collapse of this meant as well, the failure of that aspect. And we have the remnants of a space which was the collapse of that notion, but at the same time, the same notion of the microrayon was, resurging in a very powerful way throughout the pandemic. So with the circular block competition, we were interested both in the failure of this kind of utopian socialist idea of the space, but also the resurgence because of the pandemic, and interested in how, what is the space that can be, reinvented within these kind of remnants, this, the kind of neighborhood that fell apart. I mean, I'm not a resident of the Las Namais, so if I'm saying something that sounds wrong, please correct me. But we were very much interested in creating, regenerating resources, and not just as a technical matter, but as a question of creating new social relations and new ways of livelihood and collaboration between the residents. And I'll pass on the microphone to Sonia Ralston, who's the assistant curator of the Biennale. We owe her a great debt of gratitude, and she was very instrumental in developing in putting together the competition. She looked in archives from the moment that the project was launched as a utopian project. She researched, so maybe I'll pass on the mic to you.
I think it works. It works, okay. Yes, thank you, and thank you so much for having me here. I'm really excited to meet both of you in person. Well, actually, all three of you in person for the first time. Yeah, I think just to maybe echo some of the things that were interesting about Las Namais, I've long been interested in Estonian architecture and the history and how a lot of kinds of experiments were happening in the late Soviet period that resulted in lots of kind of dissident opportunities. So I think when I was looking at Las Namais, I was really excited to dig a little deeper into it, and I've come across your organization before. They do really beautiful work, but I think what I was maybe the easiest way to kind of enter it is that I'm from Canada, and so some of these kinds of districts that are big planned modernist blocks, like these are all over the world, and a lot of them face problems of disinvestment or stigmatization, racism, xenophobia are very common reasons that a lot of these places have a really negative association. But I think maybe what's most interesting about Las Namais is that the kind of decision to not finish it was a dissident act in itself. It was a rejection of a kind of a history that they didn't want to be associated with, but it's in some ways has caused a lot of issues. But I think it leads to a lot of really interesting opportunities. So I was really taken with the project that Anne Press and Andrea Tam did as their project for their master's project, which is Urban Barley Field. And it was kind of an opportunity to reimagine certain parts of the unfinished corridors in Las Namai as a kind of new space that was supportive of these kinds of principles of metabolism, but also community development. And I think maybe as like a final word is that there's a lot of stigmatization about the area, and I'm sure that you can talk more about this, but I think I was reading recently an essay by Anders Kurg about Las Namai and talking about the documentary that Mark Sosar did about Malin Milak, who's one of the architects, and she was saying, well, you know, it's a city, it's like anywhere else. People want to live there even though there are problems. So there's just ways to kind of move forward. And I think this vision competition provided an opportunity to think of ways to move forward beyond what the work that the city and community organizations are already doing. So, yeah.
All right, thanks. I'll maybe now ask Gaidi. I'll ask you, as a city official responsible for developing Tallinn strategy, I mean, how do you see Las Namai? I mean, it being the largest housing district in Tallinn, obviously a quarter of the population, it's a big deal. But at the same time, it does have a certain renommee that we, you know, can ask, you can generate questions with it. So how do you see Las Namai in the context of Tallinn's future development? What are the city's plans? And as Areti said, one of the reasons we wanted to do the competition in Las Namai specifically was because we wanted it to be somehow useful, because TAB does want to be involved in the local scene. We do want to generate things that actually, you know, you can use. So if you could comment on that as well, that would be great. Like, what did you think of the winning entries? Can the city use, not just specifically this particular competition, but let's say competitions or these kind of actions in the future?
So, hello. Let's talk about the future plans of Las Namai then. And as you mentioned, it's actually quite tricky to talk about Las Namai in general, because like this overall perception of Las Namai is so stigmatized. The vast majority of Estonian architects and urban planners see it as a completely failed space regarding urban planning, regarding the building stock that is morally outdated, and the actual virtues and actual values of Las Namai are much less spoken about. And that's why I think that having this competition on Las Namai is actually very beneficial in the wider context of city planning, bringing in these fresh ideas from other parts of the world, from people who might have a fresh viewpoint. So I think that the most important thing that we have to do now is start talking about the values of Las Namai more, and there are actually plenty. For example, the natural environments of it, which is very biodiverse, the meadowlands. Also the general spaciousness of it. What is very characteristic to the city of Tallinn is that almost 90% of the land in Tallinn is privately owned. So we do not have so much to play around with as a municipality. But Las Namai is an exception to that. We have actually quite a lot of land in Las Namai, which should give the local municipality the courage and ideas to be more brave when designing new concepts or proposing new typologies. And if you ask me what lies ahead for Las Namai, I would say that the two most important keywords actually resonate with this vision competition context quite well, and I think they are totally new functionalities and completely new materiality. And let me elaborate on that maybe a little bit. By new functionalities, I think personally that although Las Namai is the city unfinished, we don't necessarily have to finish it. We don't have to finish it according to the plan that originally was, because the overall context has changed so much. But because we have so much vacant land, and the inhabitants of Lasnamäe actually welcome brave new ideas quite well, I think Lasnamäe could be possibly a very good testing ground for anything innovative. And the development around Ülemiste city actually shows it already. And the other thing, the other important keyword is materiality. And for those who are not local, might not know, but it's actually, you could say that it's kind of a thing in Tallinna architecture that you define the quality of space by materiality. For example, Kalamaja, which is the most popular living district in Tallinn, is very much defined by being a wooden district, for example. And I feel like the materials in Lasnamäe are quite valuable. The clint, the meadowlands. So also in the context of this energy crisis and all climate crisis, we should take this approach that we should start recycling Lasnamäe as a material as well.
Okay. Good. There are so many things that you're picking or like pointing out that I would love to come back to, but I do want to make it to Maria. As you have been involved with Lasnamäe in a very hands-on, like literally hands-on fashion via the Lasna idee. What has changed in Lasnamäe over the years? What keeps you motivated?
Hello, thank you. Hello from me as well. Yes, a lot has happened, and also we happened. In 2014, now 8 years ago, we started our NGO together with like-minded people from Lasnamäe that I didn't previously knew about, so it wasn't an NGO of previously known friends. And what bothered us was exactly this negative stereotype, because we saw a lot of values in our own living space, and we wanted to break those stereotypes and show positive aspects. And actually, I see that they are valued now, and also from city officials. The microrayon itself is more known. We talk more about it in this way. In Estonian, we use word asum more and more in terms of Lasnamäe as well. Previously, this word has been used about Kalamaja and other hip, cool districts, but not thinking that the same kind of smaller districts exist in Lasnamäe as well and have their own purpose in terms of exactly this 15-minute city. We already have available services present in this microrayon, and in this way, Lasnamäe was not finished, but in some way we still have those existing first ideas present there. And also what I'm really happy about is that one of really strong initial ideas of planners who did this master plan of Lasnamäe was this great green belt going throughout the whole Lasnamäe, which is an amazing idea, is now brought out again by the city. And this is something that has been kind of a silent value. And also residents thought that, oh, it's just unfinished land and it's going to be built, but actually it's a very ecologically valuable space that is going to be with a new concept soon, right? And already starting. So this is has been changing. What else in terms of kind of topic of edible? The topic of the competition and also the Arhitektuuribiennaal itself, we prototyped a lot of different ideas how to bring people together in Lasnamäe and how to make them think that they can also bring changes about that it could happen bottom up, because it has been not only a stereotype but also a mindset of residents themselves that they somehow are powerless to do something positive in their neighborhood, that it's always top down, because also it was planned really much top down, right? So we did a lot of different events. cinema, open air cinemas and cultural stuff. But what really made a change was actually the idea of a community garden, of growing something together, to grow it yourself. And it made a change because if you think about an event, it brings people together, it's very visible, it's like a fireworks. But fireworks just end and people forget. But if you grow something, you have to take care of it. It's a long-term project and it really brings people together. And when we started this idea, we had a lot of skepticism that it's not possible in Lasnamäe, it might be possible in Kalamaja because people are more aware there. That it's unsafe because food in the city is something that is not suitable, and that people will not be interested. Well, we proved it wrong because now we just yesterday celebrated 5 years of the community garden we built in Lasnamäe. We have over 100 people going there regularly. And not only that it's a locally important place now, but we managed to kind of start a movement of community garden development in all over Tallinn. So I really much agree with Kaidi that Lasnamäe is a really important and really good testing ground. If it's possible in Lasnamäe, it's possible anywhere in Tallinn because you have all those kind of negative impacts that you think, oh, it's not possible. But then you see, well, people are interested. And in that sense, I think all the ideas about food production, about growing food in the city and in Lasnamäe is very, very relevant. And I personally see that this interest is also growing itself. Every year we have new people coming in, and we even can't host them anymore in this one small community garden. So I think that the vision competition really helps us to think further how we can develop this very positive experience and to really grow it itself. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you, all of you. I do have to say that it's not a monologue by us to you. It is a dialogue. At least this particular panel, I think, wouldn't make sense without the participation of all of you guys. So please, if you have questions, if you want to add something, if you live in Lasnamäe and you disagree with whatever, then just raise your hand, let us know what you think, right? And we'll be on the lookout for the hands. And also the same applies to the panelists. But one of the things, maybe going a little bit of an tangent, Arete, did you want to say, already comment on something?
No, you need a mic. Yeah, no, you can go ahead. I was just thinking that maybe it would be nice to very quickly at least describe the winning project. Because I think, or was it part of your questions?
Well, I mean, we can describe the winning project. Yeah, why not? Actually, I was thinking about it when Kaidi was saying that we need to recycle Lasnamäe, and then I thought, yeah, that's exactly what the winning proposal sort of tries to do. It decomposes one part of it, and then it does something new instead. But if you want to do that, please go ahead.
Can we do it? Because I think that the...
Of course, let's do it then. As I said, it's
Are we allowed to speak about the winning project? Because I think there is a ceremony afterwards or something. No, I mean, only one thing I want to mention about the winning project is the fact that what becomes interesting in this kind of urban environments, socially, architecturally, environmentally complex, is this new idea of also following the rhythm of what is the context, no? And the winning proposal is very much about connecting with the rhythm of the forest which surrounds the area. So it's not about regenerating or rebuilding or continuing a plan in the traditional way that we plan a city or we construct urban environment. It's really a proposal about a radical new way of thinking how certain built space could continue to grow. Following the rhythm of the forest and the material and the resource that the forest could give with its own rhythm, it actually feeds into how we build, into what kind of time cycles we have about building. And I think that this is really, really crucial because it actually highlights this necessity of synchronizing the way that we live with everything that's around us in a kind of a more symbiotic relationship rather than in a kind of a violating approach or extractive approach on how we go to land, how we bring resources inland, and how we use these resources to build up. And I think that this is really something that won, let's say, it gained our attention from the winning entries. And
yeah, we really loved the way that the project was built on the premise of different timescales, but also how it saw the decomposition of a part of Lasnamäe as the forest was growing. It was recomposing itself. So we will show you these projects right after this talk, but I just wanted to also add something to what Maria was saying before. And of course, we are the aliens here, right, in Lasnamäe. You're so imbued and ingrained in the local culture, and in no way are we perceiving it as a kind of failed space and trying to resurrect it. We actually, I think you are doing part of the work of the circular block with your organization. And I wanted to highlight something that I think is very important about the garden and the issue of maintenance and the engagement of communities to sustain these kinds of systems that are connected with buildings. And in this light it touches upon the question of the Biennale, where we understand, if you integrate living systems into the built environment, they need to be taken care of. Just like you take care of a pet, a child, a plant, you need to take care of these kinds of systems as well. But we don't consider this as a question of maintenance, we consider it as a question of care. And I think this is something that we want to foster and help the kind of viewers of the exhibition see that we need a different kind of engagement with the built environment, one where it does not become a kind of inert vessel that surrounds us and shelters us, but where we have to be, where our livelihood, our sustenance needs to be connected on that part. And I think on a very prime level, the gardens do that. They become part of your biorhythm, of your everyday activity, and your livelihood in many ways or forms. So I think that the fact that it survived is already, showing us that that this needs to happen.
It's actually really interesting, this notion of the garden, because if you remember, then when we started developing the concept for the competition, one of the things that came up was a dacha. Yeah, so I don't know, raise a hand who knows what dacha is. Okay, there are enough of you. Good. Tell your neighbor. But basically, a dacha is it's a tiny piece of land, an allotment back in the Soviet times. Yeah, well, it's a summer house, but it's more a plot of land, and you can do whatever you want with that plot of land. It used to be divided between the workers. Let's say a company back in the Soviet Union would own a large piece of land. It would subdivide it into tiny, tiny lots, and we're talking tiny, like 10, I don't know, by 20 meters or maybe like even less, and then they would distribute them between the workers, and then the workers of that particular company would be free to do whatever they want with that particular piece of land. So they would the typical Soviet, let's say, lifestyle would be you work, then you live in a block like that, and then you have the dacha. The dacha is where you really like live out your dreams and passions. And when we started kind of trying to ground the vision competition into the realities of Estonia and Tallinn, that was one of the things we were thinking, that why don't we experiment with that too? But then, we ended up going for Lasnamäe. But what is fun with dachas is that people do them, or they keep the dachas, they grow their own stuff, but they don't perceive it as being sustainable, or they don't perceive it as being something that we're all here trying to promote. How do we breach that gap of understanding? Or, they think it's uncool to have a dacha, for example. The youngsters well, now it's changed. Back in the day when I was growing up as a kid, dacha was like something your grandparents do. By now we have young people actually, participating in these kind of guerrilla dacha or guerrilla gardening campaigns. So maybe, Maria, you could pick up on this and develop it further. Like the dacha, the growing your own stuff, sustainability aspect.
Yes, well, when we started, my expectation was that probably the people who will join our movement or idea will be someone like my age who is kind of aware about the ideas. But at the end, actually, the most typical user was family with small children. And for them, the value, and we also asked, like, why do you come here? Is it because you see that it's ecological, that you see it's a fun thing to do, you want to learn about gardening? And for most of the people, those young families, it was, I want to show my child how his food is grown, that he learns responsibility. And also it was a really good alternative to a children's playground because they go crazy in their playground, they become hyperactive, and that's how they explained. I have no children of my own, but it was really a place for them for recreation and to learn or to teach their children patience and really this responsibility. And it was kind of ecological aspect, but they didn't phrase it in this way. At the end, of course, it is, but we don't really have to say it, oh, now you're ecological, for them to really practice ecological values. So it was a different aspect, and it was an interesting realization also for me. So yes, we have young people who do it for ecological reasons, but there are also quite a lot of elderly who really say, I used to own a dacha, but I'm too old to go there. I have no one to take me there, but I really want to continue this hobby. And also it's a place for socialization, so finding really friends and not being lonely. And it's really relevant, and was really relevant during pandemic as well. So at the end, we don't have to really call it in this way. We can just find other aspects.
No, I completely agree. It's just I always find it funny because you're trying to talk, in my current job as the coordinator of the Just Transition Fund, which has to do with climate policy, climate neutrality, and restructuring economic and social affairs of a certain region in Estonia to kind of be more in line with the climate targets. You know, you try to explain those things, those difficult concepts to people, and they don't get it. And then when you talk about dacha, when you go out in the dacha, then immediately everybody understands what we're trying to do. We're trying to accomplish a better world where, you know, where we as a species can survive, essentially, what we're talking about. But this aspect of meeting your neighbor too, last time I was not particularly known for being very friendly or knowing your neighbor. Sometimes you didn't want to know your neighbor. And in this sense, this is really funny what you're saying, that in case of the pandemic, that actually showed how you can deal with that in Lasnamäe.
But yeah, I think the idea of a garden or public garden, it's very flexible. You can go there and take care of the plants without talking to anyone if you don't want to, but you can find friends again if you want to. But it's not a compulsory. It has to be flexible, and people do have different interests, and that's the value of it. So I have seen people, we have one example of a local person who saw from his balcony what we were doing. At one day he just came and started grilling for us, like food and providing food for us. And he didn't want to grow anything, and he didn't want to be kind of involved in a community in that way. He was in that sort of way kind of introvert, but he wanted to kind of do his part.
Participate.
And now, last year, or actually as this year, he finally started to grow himself and post stuff on Facebook, what he didn't do previously. So it takes sometimes time for people to open up and to think that, well, I actually can learn something and I could find some new experiences. So it develops in its own.
It's interesting to me that we have this really hands-on, really kind of personal aspect in this whole topic, but we also have the more strategic. Let's say we're talking about the microrayon, and most of the works that were submitted for the vision competition did not deal with, you know, planting your own flowers. They were looking at the thing in a systemic way. They were trying to address the system rather than just, you know, tweaking a tiny bit. So maybe I don't know. Maybe Ariti and Lydia, you could comment on, you know, how do we bridge the gap essentially between the strategy and the very hands-on, the very human, very individual aspects of the topic?
Yeah, I was actually thinking exactly the same, so I'm very happy that you did that question, because I mean, one of our main concerns was how we, you know, like work on these future urban districts from the bottom up, like including the community. How can we facilitate processes of design or planning that could be much more collaborative and participatory, and it's great to have people being interested in participating in taking decisions for the place that they will inhabit. But we also need not to be naive, in the sense that if we are talking about a positive impact in the planet in relation to, you know, like food production, food scarcity, food injustice, energy generation, local productivity, we also need to have a plan. And that plan starts from the top towards down, not in the sense of hierarchical thinking, but in the sense of having different kind of experts that they need to plan and to create a strategy. So that combination of top-down planning and policies necessary for many of these things to be implemented, and the bottom-up processes of understanding the needs, the desires of the communities, how these could become qualitative data, not just quantitative data, qualitative data that they could inform that kind of planning and strategy is really fundamental. And that is not an easy task, no? That is not an easy task. It requires lots of stakeholders to come together. It requires a lot of negotiation. Not everybody is able to negotiate, because not everybody is a diplomat or a politician, so that's not always an easy thing to do with the communities. I have personally worked in a lot of projects that include participatory design processes, and that's not always easy, but I think it's fundamental. And we do need to understand that neither one, the bottom up, nor the other, top down, alone, could actually become a solution for the urban scale, the district scale, the community needs.
I'll add to that, and I think we should open it up to the audience after, but I think it's also important to understand that in the vision competition, well, first we address 3 different scales, the scale of the apartment, the scale of the housing block, and the scale of the district, which actually confused people very much. But our intention was to offer different kinds of strategies that can weave in different scales. But one thing that I wanted to highlight is that it's not just about gardening, right? Like we didn't only ask the participants to produce urban gardens, although a lot of the schemes did. It was really about how power regimes are embedded within the way that energy is distributed, within the way that we use urban supply networks, the way that water is distributed. And it really is about how power is distributed in an urban environment, and how we can hack into these systems and possibly generate federated networks that can generate their own energy and provide microgrid environments. And this is just as much a question of ecology, to generate energy, as it is about social space and kind of changing power regimes. So this was very important, and a lot of the schemes, I think, address that in different ways. So we believe in energy decentralization and material decentralization, and this was also as part of the competition. But I did want to say, also to your earlier point, there was a team that did a dacha project in the Biennale. I don't know if Sim and Sile are here. Yeah, she's here.
Right
maybe
there.
she wants to say something about the dacha, and or she will later on in your panel. But maybe we should open also to the public.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, it's a dialogue. So hands, show me hands. Who has questions or answers or comments? Who wants to argue? I mean, Silly, you would be the easy target now that you've been pointed out. So how about you take the mic and tell us what you think?
I think I hope to have a longer discussion on dacha wraps in tomorrow's panel as well. That's going to be like, I think, around 4 o'clock or something. But I really appreciated the idea of how the greenery and communal activity can actually better the life quality of people. And the way how we approach it, meaning that there's like a lot of touches taken down around Tallinn nowadays, or around Tallinn, the airport area was just recently totally torn down in order to expand the airport. Then we're really looking ways how to integrate that further into city center, or even consider vertical touches that is now also shown there in the main exhibition. And it was funny to give an interview to national TV, or like to television yesterday, and they're like, "You saying dachas inside of the facade? Are you crazy? Can you like spell that again? Are you seriously considering this?" And I'm like, yeah, I think we can totally activate the rooftops, the facades, and it has so much more potential of alternative routes and ways how we perceive space and spatial qualities. And then there's this law in Tallinn that you can actually have a cantilever up to 1 meter on a facade if it's not touching the ground that could be inhabited. And that's why this dacha wrap is exactly 1 meter wide. So we're just trying to find the caps and the and potential possibilities in laws and standards of construction to integrate the sort of forgotten qualities of life and embed that there. So I also appreciate a lot what you've been discussing, because it's going in the same direction, how we can hack the existing.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Anybody else? Any hands, please? Being an active audience is a great thing. Don't see anyone? I mean, I guess we need to warm them up a little bit more. Or maybe everybody's just hungry, I'm not sure. But yeah, well, actually...
We can open the competition.
Say again?
I have a question over here.
So, yes?
In the back.
Yep.
You challenged us to ask questions, so I'm responding to the challenge. Giving people agency is a very important part of creating more equitable cities. And I'm wondering if the project, or some of the projects that were done by the students thought about how to not recreate power structures through those dachas, because it becomes an issue who gets one, where it is located, how to get there. For example, where I live, there's a community garden and there's a waiting line that to get a plot that can be for 5 years or so. So that's one question. And the other one is about environment, like temperature, just from curiosity. Like what happens during the winter to those places?
Maria, do you want to pick that one up?
Well, in winter, it's a different vegetation period, and everything sleeps until next spring. So, I mean, the space, what we do in winter, for example, we celebrate Christmas, we do Christmas tree there or something like that, and we still keep the community active. But yeah, in terms of how could these projects be equal to different sociological groups, we don't have this problem at the moment that we somehow happen to discriminate someone because we just don't have space or people are not able to join. I mean, at the moment, it's very inclusive, but I do think that it could be a problem in the future. And it has been a discussion of one of the pilot projects that Kaidi is developing with their colleagues, where we could move forward from just a small community garden more towards a dacha kind of typology, like allotment gardening, where we have bigger pieces of land. And if we have a pilot where we have limited amount of these kind of spots, how do we give them out? Like, what are the criteria? Should it be according to income of the families? And yeah, how we can be as a city equal to those conditions. And also, of course, it brings to a question, how do we not gentrify those areas because of the community gardens? Because this could also happen. And yeah, maybe we can't really stop it, but we do have to keep in mind of it. And in that sense, really maybe choose who could have more access and more possibilities for the community garden. Yeah.
Maybe Kairi, you want to comment quickly?
Yeah, as Maria said, we are taking this community garden project forward. We have already designed an allotment garden, which differs from the community garden in that aspect that community garden usually consists of these like smaller boxes for plants, but in an allotment garden we are going to be giving out plots of land approximately of 20 square meters to like each inhabitant of Tallinn. And the first building permit will be issued in a couple of weeks. This community garden will be in the northern Tallinn district, which is also a panel housing district that needs a bit of like help and transformation. What is really interesting about this project is that people are already lining up for the plots, although we haven't really advertised it yet. But also, like how to take this allotment garden concept forward. For example, if you are growing potatoes on a 20 square meter plot, what do you do with them? You have a small apartment in a Soviet block building. Where do you keep the potatoes? Or should we like open a farmer's market next to the community garden? So it's like an ever-growing project, actually.
But that's what we want, right? Ever-growing projects. Rita, I see you took the microphone, so.
We do want definitely to activate the space and to create this kind of placemaking, let's say, strategy. But just also to answer in the other part of the question of Sharon, there were a couple of very interesting proposals from the vision competition. And just to clarify that it was not just a student competition, so it was an open competition to all. But there were a couple of very interesting proposals that they were actually proposing first the infrastructure and the means of the necessary infrastructure for this circular block to emerge, no? So an infrastructure about, you know, water circulation, water collection, an infrastructure about energy generation. And it was interesting to see that, for example, technologies of blockchain were proposed as a kind of a new means to allow the communities to manage these resources, no? Rather than decentralized processes or companies that they own certain, you know, like access to energy or water or even the economy of the materials for the urban district. It was interesting to see how these technologies were applied in a way that the resources were actually owned by the community and through technologies that they were very much based on transparency, they were able to manage these resources. They were able to manage these resources in a way that they bring benefit to their community or to their local context and their district. And that is another interesting thing, and maybe another way of how certain activities related to resource production, the urban gardening is just one, there are many more, how this could scale up into the micro-district.
We only have a few minutes left, so are there any more questions? I see there's one right there in the back. Could they get the mic, please? Okay, and one in the front. Okay, now we're going to get going. Good.
Hello.
Hi.
So I just wanted to make a reflection taking back on what Sile was mentioning earlier, and hopefully also that we'll be able to discuss in the panel on Farm and the Species tomorrow afternoon. And this idea or this reflection on the fact that, for example, Sile was saying that the buildings here have the right to have a 1 meter overhang. And what we're often doing is designing policy, and also going back to what Areti was saying earlier about the fact that it's not just a bottom-up action, but it needs to be also a top-down action. how can we rethink policy and maybe change the perspective, because often policy is designed from a human perspective. How can we rethink policy to be designed from an ecological maybe perspective also, and shape this policy in order to, for example, that space might be able to become a space for the growth of ecology. And I say this in the sense that I think that in this sense, the micro rayons could be sort of, let's say, a startup or an accelerator space where we can rethink the perspective from which we design a lot of the policy, also in relationship to what was being discussed now about the embedding the water infrastructure, embedding the energy infrastructure. And I think there's a huge opportunity there. And I see that Tallinn is a space where things are, you know, capable of changing, capable of happening. And so I think there's an interesting reflection to make in relationship exactly from the perspective of whose perspective are we designing these urban policies from, and can we integrate more perspectives in the design of these policies. So that's all. I just wanted to make a reflection. I don't know if that's sort of been thought about in this sense or not, but anyways.
Kadi, do you want to
Heidi,
comment?
you're going to change all the policies, so it's...
I think actually the city of Tallinn has made a great start regarding the policies, but policies are a long-term document that will show like concrete effects in maybe 5 or 6 years. But what we have done is we have established a climate act, for example. And this strategic development plan called Tallinn 2035. And what the city of Tallinn is already doing as well, and which we have not really talked about yet because it's in a very raw state of things, is this strategic overview of land owned by the municipality and rules of how to use it more effectively to bring both social cohesion, but also in the context of like temporary use of land, for example. So there are quite many great policies that are being worked on right now. And I do really think that they will bring a positive change.
I would really like to comment on the fact that Estonia is a tiny country, as most of you know. You know, just a little over 1 million people, and direct democracy actually works in this country. So you can participate in a law drafting. You can submit it directly to Riigikogu, which is the parliament in Estonia, by collecting a certain number of signatures, like digital signatures again, blockchain signatures. So in that sense, like in Estonia, at least we're lucky in the sense, or we should be grateful for building the society in such a way where the stratas are not that many. You can, the president was hanging with us yesterday at the exhibition opening, right? So it's quite nice in that sense to test things here in this country, that's for sure. To see how the participatory things work, how you can change policies, and how fast you can do that. Yeah.
But I also think that, or what I would like to share is that actually the district of Lasnamäe receives more investments per person than any other district in Tallinn. But what we need to achieve is spatial quality, because I personally think that Lasnamäe has not been treated well in terms of architectural quality, and I argue that architectural quality does not necessarily have to be more expensive than junk space. We have been designing Lasnamäe as if it is junk space, and we need to rethink this concept. And I think that it doesn't mean that Lasnamäe necessarily needs very big, more investments, but maybe these tactical, very smart changes and implementations.
Well, we only have 1 minute left, essentially, but we had a question over here. I think we're going to take this one. Can we have a microphone, please? Any more questions from the audience? Just to see.
Hi. So,
okay.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
I was just wondering, what are your views on the desirable population density in these kind of districts? Because on the one hand, higher population density is what gives all the positive qualities to a city. And on the other hand, these community gardens and sustainable approaches often try to limit the population density. What are your future visions? Is it more like vertical gardens and vertical dachas like Sille proposes with new technologies, or is it more like trying to make the city small and low and more suburban?
I guess I can try to answer that. So maybe coming from both sides, I'm trained as an architect and I'm also studying landscape architecture. So I think maybe the best way to think about it, and a lot of these different proposals are doing it, is that it doesn't necessarily have to be like a dichotomy, that you can have density and it can also have sustainable approaches, but you can also have low density, it can be sustainable. I think there's just, and maybe also to speak to just the kind of the rest of the theme of the biennial, is that there are a lot of opportunities for spatial practitioners to kind of integrate that together without risking kind of like making everything into a suburb or something like that. So I think that Lasama is like a really good opportunity to think through how do you kind of maintain a density that is appealing to urban life, or not even necessarily just appealing, but like houses a lot of people. Like that's a very tangible need, and make sure that that's something that is done like sustainably, but also equitably, and it's really cognizant of what people's desires are. So yeah, I think this is maybe a good opportunity to go and see what what's coming up.
Exactly, I was just about to say that we're now, we're done with this panel. Now we're gonna go and actually see the works that we've been telling you about for an hour. In front at the desk, please do grab like a quick snack, because what we're gonna do is grab a snack to go. Let's go open the exhibition, take a look at the works, and then come back for lunch. I mean, if you're super hungry, you can obviously stay, but no, let's go with us and see the works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you everyone. Kuidas me neid sinna viime, on nagu küsimus. All right. Hi, everyone. Let me come over here. All right, everyone, we're about to start, or actually we're not about to start, we are starting. So if you're still grabbing your coffee, you guys over there, please get it and then come to the hall. And yeah, we're about to engage in the next panel. I guess I'll give it over, Sofia, to you in a second to introduce all the speakers and everyone, but the panel's name is Architecture That Makes Food. And one quick remark before I disappear and give it over to Sofia is, if you guys see our curators kind of running there and back and then not always being here for all the panels, then that's not because they're getting coffee. It's a tough job being a curator. So Arete and Lydia asked me to send regards and say that, you know, they can't be here with us all the time, but just, you know, I hope it's okay with everyone. Yeah. Right now, yeah. But anyways, over to you then, Sofia.
Thank you. I mean, right now we have one curator who takes care of my little daughter, so thank you, Lydia, for that. So welcome to the panel named Architecture That Makes Food. Is quite nicely put after lunch. I think it totally makes sense. Hope we're not kind of digesting while we're talking about it. I'm Sofia Cremisi. I'm an architect myself. I am part of the exhibition designing team together with my partner Kyriakos Kyriakou from Xe Studio. We designed the exhibition that hopefully you'll already have visited. It was such a pleasure actually to witness the curatorial process and help kind of resolving the spatial equation that allow for this spectacular edible argument to take place. Let me introduce the panel, and I'm sure they'll do kind of better job introducing themselves eventually, starting with Alexandre Dubord, who together with Christian Rizzuti and Shahar Abelson are the creators of Robotic Urban Farmers. Damiano Cerone from Spin Unit, who is the author of Tallinn 1.5. Andreas Theodoridis, who together with Christina Giandulo are the authors of Building Calories. Alexandre Dubord is an architect and researcher currently leading the AAG fabrication team at IAC, where they explore the potential of new technologies and materials for a better architectural industry with a focus on 3D printing and robotics for a sustainable future. Do you want to also...
Yes, thank you. Christian couldn't be with us today, but he was also leading this project, and Shahar have been. So this project have been done together with the Master in Robotics that we have at IAC, and Shahar have been one of the students heavily contributing in this project and developing most of it.
Damiano Cerone is an urbanist working across disciplines and industries to explore and cultivate the commons. He designs workflows to co-create new value systems for cities and regions in transformation. He co-founded Spin Unit that is dedicated to discovering urban values and translating them into progressive drivers of change. Finally, Andreas Theodoridis is a practicing architect, engineer, and environmental technologist with a PhD from CASE, the research center of Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. He's also a research collaborator at the Center of Architecture Ecosystems at Yale University. He's the founder of United Atmospheres, an experimental design practice based between New York and Athens. I'm going to now pass it on to each participant to share with us a 10-minute insight into their projects, and we can open up at the end for a conversation. And obviously, if there are any questions from the floor, please make sure to let me know.
Thank you very much. So I understand this is where I could find... The button is this one, I understand, no? For next? Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. This works? Yes. Fantastic. Great. So we just have a short 10 minutes to introduce you a bit to this project that we developed, the Robotic Urban Farmers. We did this project in IAC, that is a kind of a special place in Barcelona, where I worked for the past 10 years, and I've been there for 2 years developing part of the master in robotics. For us, this project also represents a bit how we work. We try to work at in a multidisciplinary way, and also this one works better, maybe, and works in a multidisciplinary and multi-scalar way. So we try to have a combination of approach, kind of an holistic approach to architecture and urbanism, and we try to connect a set of technologies and systems. And for us, this project is inspired by all the research we've been doing and synthesized in a custom-made project we've done in this 6 months. So the project itself started a bit with the question of how we can change the current model of cities. As we discussed a lot this morning, there is potential to reinvent a bit how we work, and we've been inspired by the work of many people around the planet to challenge a bit the question of, can we introduce nature in the city, how we can integrate it? For example, this render from Stefano Boeri that I've developed into a project we know very well. We question a bit why we don't have more of such architectures with plants integrated in the building and growing. And one of the assumptions we had is that economically it's very expensive to install, to maintain, and to integrate in facade. The project itself requires now heavily on highly skilled labor to maintain it, with these climbers that have to go maintain the buildings and take care of it. We have, in parallel, have also projects with who we've been working to see where technology could change or challenge the way we integrate nature in our cities. One of it is a ROMI project, so robotic for micro-farming, where we look more normally at the farm itself, using robots and computer vision to analyze how they grow, how they move. So we start to have digital data about how the plants behave, so we can act with it and don't rely so much on other technologies like pesticides or OGM to make it productive. Also inspiring reference for this project was robotics in logistics. You're aware maybe of the robots in Amazon that move all these packets in 2D. We also have 3D robots that are now capable to arrange in facade, in storage in this case, boxes, and they're already in service and working. And we know really well how they work, and we try to imagine how could such technology be integrated in a building. Another project for us that have been a reference for this work is this Comida project. We did a green wall 3D printed from ceramics. It's an installation in Barcelona, and where we explored how we can use IoTs integrated into the plants, as well as interface to have the users integrated in the process of cultivating the plants, managing it, planting what they want. And we succeed to make kind of a Tamagotchi application where the plants tell you when they need water, they need to be harvested, and how you can interact. So we know all this technology exists, and we try to put them together into a project. So this is how we started this project, trying to understand how we can create a better symbiosis between city and nature. And we imagine the robot as a mediator between the plant needs, the building needs, and the inhabitants of this city. We have made a small video to explain a bit better. You can see also in the installation where we propose this facade system that could be integrated in existing cities. The idea is kind of an add-on, a refurbishment of the existing facade, where we add these lightweight aluminum structures on top of existing building. The system integrates actually everything we would need. So from the rail for the robot, the pods of plants that could be moved around the facade, the liquid frameworks that allow everything to happen, as well as a gardening bay for users to interact, and finally data frameworks to hold these things. Maybe to synthesize key elements. One is a sensing robot that is capable to use cameras like NDVI camera, thermal camera, to understand how works the plant. And we have also a second robot that acts, so that could make minimum maintenance, giving nutrients to plants, but also have this ability to pick the plants and moving around the facade. So that is a big advantage because we can then place the plant everywhere in the building, but also bring it to the user for the final maintenance, but also especially for the harvesting of the plant. The idea is that the user have actually ways to work with this robot, so they have an interface that they can see what's happening with the plants, being able to ask certain element. And finally, for us, what is important is that these systems could be spread on the facade and could be adapted to fit also some needs of the building. For example, the thermal needs, putting more plants to make shade in summer or removing them in winter. So to be able to liberate your view when you need it, and we want more things. So we hope this project can bring more biodiversity in the city and develop a new process. I'd like to invite Shahar to come to explain also some key aspects of the project while developing it and proving actually, let's say, 80% of the project in the physical installation that we built here. Let's see if it works. You want to go in?
Yes, yes, yes. So, hi everybody. I think one of the key challenges in this project from our side is how to create this project as an actual research or a stepping stone towards like a more developed system, not only the visual aspect of this kind of a vision. Is the green one, right? Green. Okay, so as we see, and to create this as a stepping stone, we first need to discuss about the structure. So as Alex already said, we talk about this lightweight structure that could be attached to a facade, and progressing in such a manner. Most of the aspects that were not developed by us are open source, and also our system can be open sourced as well. With a simple kit that can be assembled and mass-produced, mass-manufactured. Already all of those pieces can be mass-produced. The pots were developed as a part of a collaboration with Numina, that the idea is creating a more dynamic vision of this planting-wise, so everything was printed from this upcycled plastics as well to create minimum let's say negative effect. I'll not go too deep into this, but the next challenge after making the structural was making the computational. And we reached a level where the robotics are actually two independent agents that collaborate with each other and communicate with each other and with a central brain. For the installation, of course, we had a specific path given to them, and a UI, a user interface that was developed, but as a future prospect, we can imagine it really being interactive towards the plants and towards between the different agents, whether it be other robotics or human or climate, if we consider Earth to be an agent in this kind of process. And this is, I think you could see this in the exhibition itself. And your stage.
Yes. Thank you very much. Just to conclude, so here we could see that there's actually an interface working on the left that is connected in real time and show all the different aspects of the project and provide the interface. I'd like to conclude to thank the people that have been participating in this project. So we have the Master in Robotics with all the faculty and students that have helped us in this project. Tallinna Biennaal for supporting in this project, both economically but especially in providing this platform for discussion, and the support of La Macchina and Weirpertex that help us on the 3D printing of the element. So thank you very much.
Damiano. Damiano, you have the floor. I'm next. Yes, you're next. Thank you.
shorter. Well, meantime, maybe I would just like to thank the organizers. I think it's fantastic tab this year, really complex and with many things to look at, actually. So it was really beautiful to go around yesterday and today. For Tallinn 1.1, what we did this year, we did something that interests us a lot, and also the curators, which was to kind of explore circularity from an urban perspective. So we are urbanists, and we've been looking at Tallinn as a whole. So what we do as a spin unit is that we are working on the discovery of the commons, because quite often those are hidden, or they become privatized quite quickly, or even misused. And we will see actually later kind of a few words about that when we show the map of Tallinn. But what's really important for us is that if we find those commons which are important for social and technological development, we need to translate them into something which bring us forward. So this is our goal overall as an organization. And since we are basically, we are celebrating our 10th birthday this year, then we thought to take Tallinn as kind of the space to analyze circularity for TAB. What we look at a lot is the kind of the limit of scarcity, because commons are, of course, scarce. That's why we have quite high price, as we see now, on energy, but also on food. And since this tab was about food, we wanted to kind of try to better understand what are the limits of growth in terms of producing food in cities. So basically, how can we balance our urban growth ambition with the planetary boundaries? One of the boundaries, the most clear, is the 1.5 degrees. That's the one that we have taken for the Biennale. There is many others, but that's the one that was kind of easy enough to explain. So how can city like Tallinn produce their own food for all their citizens while keeping the 1.5 degree goal? So this was our question. We approached it quite technically and academically as well. So we also worked together with Kristi Krishakov from Taltech. And the question, we wanted to explore it also together with the people of Tallinn. So we have actually opened up Maptioner, which is a system for people to kind of map their own plots. And we ask Tallinners, where do you grow your food? So basically, we have taken the data set available from the city of Tallinn, and we have enriched it with, let's say, people's participation. And the answer was quite frightening. So Tallinn is only having 1% of the land it needs to produce the food it needs to survive in this kind of scenario, which means that we need to find 99% more land to grow food in the city. Where to find this 99%? Well, we needed to crunch in some numbers. So we need about 800 million of calories per day, quite a lot. That accounts to about 30 square kilometers. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Tallinn, but it's the size, it's exactly the same size of Lasnamäe. Or you can say it's 1/5 of the city, or it's 4,000 soccer fields, which means transforming 20% of the land. Of course, this is impossible from starts. But we needed to at least try. And to try, we needed to reduce a bit those numbers. They were just kind of impossible to use. So we thought that one of the reasons why Tallinn needs so much land to grow its food is because of the way we eat. So we need to change the diet first. And the diet we want to change is from the current one, not to a full vegan, but to the planetary diet, which has been released by the Lancet last year. This diet still includes meat, so don't despair, just a bit less. So it's just a bit kind of a throwback 1950s, where you have meat once a week, basically. And maybe not so much cow and pork as much as you get chicken and fish, so happy days. However, we need to reduce not so much the, let's say, the carbon production of the food itself, but also of the fields that feed the animals. So we had to look at both. We had to look at kind of how much carbon is produced by each single type of crop, but also how many crops we need to grow, well, to feed the animals. So we started to crunch the numbers, and well, it's a massive improvement. So you don't need to go vegan, but if you go planetary, we need not 30 square kilometers, but we need 9.5. So it's a massive improvement. So we wanted to show that just changing a diet, it means becoming 60% kind of more efficient than before. So we need 60% less land to produce food only if we change the way we eat. So as we can see, it's much less animal protein, and it's much more plant-based diet. Of course, because plant-based diet, well, simply needs less land, which in our case is the common that we wanted to explore. And since land is a common, we also needed kind of finding a way to transform it for everyone in the most efficient way. So Tallinn 1.5, it's a plan for a self-sufficient city. And this map, which might be a bit difficult to read, both here and when it's printed, but if you zoom in, I can assure you it's pretty cool, shows a redesigned Tallinn. And this is done with GIS data, actually. So we have been, well, literally redesigning every street and plot in the city. And what this means, it means that we needed to reclaim land from something else. In the name of circularity, we are not going to claim land from kindergartens. We're not going to claim land from land that is already used for agriculture. So we only claim lands from unused surfaces. And actually, one of the most kind of a silly surface we found in Tallinn is the so-called drivable yards. So basically, these are all these courtyards and all these little niches where you can drive the car and move it around your plot. And we could basically, only by turning those kind of drivable surfaces into food production, we get 70% of the land we need, which is huge. So we started also to reduce the roads. So every road which had like 4 lanes, we turned it into 2. So basically there is no more 4 lanes roads in Tallinn. And instead we plant trees. So we plant basically apple trees and pear trees. So also the selection of the proteins and all the other foods that we grow, they are only the one that can grow in this climate. Because of course the planetary diet is much more complex, but only half of the stuff can grow up here. So that was also another challenge. And 7% more of land was taken from basically open field that are waiting to be built. Yeah, if you zoom in, it looks a bit more, so you can see a bit more the complexity of the drawing. But basically, as I said, we reduce all the streets, and we don't touch any building, because as soon as you start to touch building, it means burning CO2. So as soon as you basically demolish and rebuild, we are square one. So no building is touched unless obsolete industry. So we use the Tallinn city database to find which were all the industries that were kind of in this bracket. And as I said, no existing green or recreational area or football pitch was turned into food, because we still need to have a life. We managed even not to demolish a single shopping mall, which is great, because we thought that that was going to happen. But how do we change the diet? We don't change it through policies, we change it through awareness. So carbon labeling, it's the tool that we thought of using here. And instead of using the traditional carbon labeling that is only about kind of how much carbon has been produced for producing the food, we also calculate the land efficiency. So the better it's one crop at growing one area, the better is the label on the food. So basically, we cannot force people to change their diet, but we can show them the impact of the food that they eat. So what we learned it's an impossible plan, and it's an impossible diet. However, as pointless as it is, we want to open a discussion, because by working with these data sets, by making these calculations, we saw that working with imaginary allowed us to discover the potentials of reusing those commons. Better way to use these driveways, better way to use roads. And after all, cities might not be the right place for circularity. Like, this is only food. We have not touched waste, we have not touched mobility, we have touched nothing. So this is only the food alone. So perhaps we need to open those borders and start to look at regions instead of cities if we think about circularity. And that's all for us. I would like to thank the team, so Jesus Lopez-Baeza and me and Christian Mennigo. We've been working together on this for a few months. Then Kristi Grishko from Taltech, and then Professor Jonathan Taylor and student Rowan from Tampere University who helped us in the workshop. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Damiano. Andreas? Yes, thank you.
Until the presentation starts, I would like to thank the organizers and the curators for this amazing opportunity to present in such a live crowd here. People, thank you so much for attending this event. My presentation is going to be slightly different, although eventually I think it's going to turn back into discussion about how plants could be evaluated according to different aspects of their productivity. My research was mostly, the topic that I was trying to present was mostly associated with plants and the kind of capability of they have to remediate some of the pollutants in the atmosphere that we currently live. I know that this is not a problem for the city of Tallinn because you constantly have this amazing wind that it disperses all these pollutants all over the rest of the world, maybe. But it's a problem that it exists in many other places around the globe. And so I know that we've been through this period of COVID for the last 2 years that almost killed 5 million people. But in reality, air pollution globally every year reduces the life of the people in this planet earlier for 7 or 9 million about of them. And there are many different scales that we can talk about air pollution and plants and different systems of remediating all these problems. And we can study the different measurements that we are using about what air pollution is and what we do and how we can ameliorate all these kind of things and which continents we can use and where we should try to figure out what kind of solutions we could use about this kind of problem. But what we do in the center that I was doing my PhD and I'm currently doing my next steps of study at Yale is that we're trying to evaluate systems that are not purely mechanical, are hybrid systems of mechanical and biological components. And by saying biological, I mean plants. And what we're doing the last few years, and I speak about 10 years and more, is that we continue a research that NASA started before 20 or 30 years, trying to figure out if plants are going to be capable of rejuvenating the air, of purifying the air inside their stations, and eventually create the next generation of systems that's going to be circulatory, trying to avoid, as you can realize, bringing air from outer space. And the one way that they figured out that it might work is that if you, the leaves of the plants, they actually work quite well, but the rhizosphere of the plants works even better. So a rough estimation, which is a broad statement, but I can become more specific later on if you're interested in the discussion, is the microbial community that exists in the roots rhizosphere actually purifies the air roughly 200 times more efficiently than the leafage area of the plants. And so by taking this as granted, we evaluated and created systems that they are basically work as hydroponic vertical walls that drag the air through the rhizosphere. And substantially, eventually what we do is that we purify streams of air coming from the urban environment or from inside spaces through these vertical hydroponic walls in order to purify the air streams that are coming inside. So what it happens is that the microbial community uses all these pollutants as food in becoming a different type of microbial community. The reason why I'm saying that is because the different microbes could eventually adjust into whatever air stream is the most prevailing in the area that we are using it. And what you see here is that we are trying also to evaluate these kind of systems in different scenarios and different environments. We're trying to evaluate them as parts of urban systems and also are parts of interior spaces. Currently, the next phase of this kind of research, and I need to become more specific, I guess. It sounds as a very simplistic system that purifies air by dragging it through the roots of the plants, but in reality, it requires a lot of balance and adjustments, because if you drag the air too fast, or if you drag the volume of air that it's too big, you're going to dry the plant's roots, which is a problem. If you don't drive the air a lot, it's going to create issues of sick building syndrome, for instance. If you don't have the right humidity for the space, it's going to create mold problems in the rest of the environment. It has all these different delicate balances that you have to keep intact. Otherwise, it creates all sorts of serious problems. The video that currently lands into the presentation is an installation that we did outside the United Nations. It's a prefabricated unit trying to bring together several of the systems that we are working at Yale C. The one that you see also has one of the walls inside, the interior wall, but also in the exterior, as you can see, there are vegetated plants. So the next phase of this work was to start investigating the potential remediation properties of plants that they could actually produce food as well. So we started with plants which were difficult to kill, because as you can realize, we were trying to experiment, and we had all these other variables we had to evaluate. And so we were trying to keep the main component of the systems alive. But after 10 years and more of this kind of research, we moved into plants that you could actually produce multiple benefits for the built environment. Part of it has to do with crops as well, plants that we can use as crops. It has the additional benefit, instead of only creating food, that through time, as you can realize, plants were evolving, their roots, they were getting bigger and bigger, and so eventually they were clogging the system. And so as a mechanical filter, they had the same attribute. Eventually, mechanical filters are into the HVAC systems are clogging from pollutants, and they require more energy to drag the air through the filters when they get more clogged. That was the problem with the system as well. So if you use a plant that you can actually take for dietary purposes every day, eventually you get to have a newer plant that's going to create smaller roots, and you're going to declog the overall system to drag air through. And so the reason that we are discussing all these aspects is because we are trying to make sure that whenever we evaluating these kind of systems, we're trying to achieve this evaluation as more multifaceted as possible. So we're trying to evaluate the systems in terms of monetary capability, in terms of sustaining the plants as we can do, in terms of materiality, in terms of embedded energy that they use, as many variables as we can imagine. Lately, we are doing also studies in terms of computational fluid dynamics, just to make sure that whenever we are discussing about these kind of systems, what we are suggesting is actually something that we can achieve in real-life scenarios. And in the last 3 years, after a lot of experimentation and a lot of research around all these variables, as you can see in some of these diagrams, the city of New York City and SOM decided that they wanted to use one of these walls in one of their buildings, the PSAC 2, the Public Safety Answer Call Center 2. Is it something wrong with the timer? No, because at some point it turned into red. Oh, was it? It's not. It is? Why it's still going downwards? Oh, I'm sorry. And so I'll be quick. It has been tested in labs in the university about human subject and cognitive function. Now the next iteration, which is in the Public Safety Answer Call Center 2 in Bronx in New York, is going to be tested in real-life scenarios. The next generation is what we'll see as well, which is going to be a digital platform evaluating vegetated systems in general, that's going to be useful for the rest of the community, including architects, designers, people like all of us, I guess. And that's what you're going to see in the exhibition. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Andreas. It has been so interesting to hear you talk about this project that kind of exists in the Biennale in a different light, under a different light than the one you cast today. What I want to bring up is the fact that all of these projects make a case for the speculative being rather different than the fantastical. I think all of those projects are speculative, but they're not talking about a fantastical reality or an alternative reality where these things can happen. And I think the whole Biennale is both argument and proof that architecture and food are much closer related than we thought, or that actually architecture can produce food. My question to you is, how do we make these practices mundane in a very good way? How do we make them everyday architectural practices? How do we include them in a vocabulary of building that are at some point even kind of off-the-shelf systems? Because I think even though I'm completely kind of signing up in this kind of non-fantastical, truly speculative argument that you're building, I think we have many steps yet to take to arrive at that point. So please, or any order.
Maybe our proposition is a bit more far-fetched in the future. I think the reflection, so we had the chance in IAC to test a lot of those prototypes in real conditions. We tried for a long time to integrate nature in buildings, so to have plants growing inside this. And just growing plants is already very difficult to adapt the environment for them, but also to maintain. The cities also try to integrate more and more plants in the urban planning. There's plenty of initiative, especially in Barcelona. We're lucky to have also a lot of bottom-up initiative where we try to cultivate plants in abandoned land and this to grow our own food. What happened is that farming is a very intense activity that needs a lot of knowledge, care, and we industrialize it. So a lot of the population is not anymore doing farming, but we used to do it for a long time in our civilization. So for us, we found that the governance of taking care of those plants and being part of this cycle and the implication of the people in this is key. We cannot ask the city to take care of all this green revolution in the city. So the focus we've been driving is really to make systems that engage with the inhabitant, with the one that will eat it, knowing that it will be less efficient than the industrial production that happens outside of the city, but with the benefit to let's say, make them aware, so to create awareness of how this happens. And this is very related to how we do with the Fab Lab movement about producing your own object. You are less efficient than the big industry, but knowing how it works, you suddenly change your behaviors and therefore use less complex materials or less problematic ones. You're more aware of taking care of it, maybe use more of the wastes and things like this. So that allows this change of behavior. So we don't expect to be as productive, as good as external things. So really it's about engaging with the people and make them fun and interested in the system. So that's a bit the take. And maybe technology can help there, but it will not save it. So that we really believe in this interaction with people to be the key to unlock all this future.
So can I add? Hi. So, I mean, as Alex here said, I'll continue what he said. First, well, architecture and growing food, the fact that they diverge, it's like it's a perversion of the last 200 years. I mean, people grow livestock in their living room, and they lived with their sheep, and they had they grow food in their backyard. So, I mean, we're kind of trying to think how to reintegrate it. And as Alex said, when you engage this kind of question, you think, okay, where's the labor in this in this entire process? And I think that one of our approaches in this research, at least, was say, what parts of the labor can we at least remove from the inhabitants that they could interact with growing food, or at least cohabit the growth of food? I mean, when you have this kind of robot or this kind of vision of technology that takes care of the plantation, you cohabit the food growth. You don't have to engage it directly, but you can live with it. Which I think is a key concept because, let's say, I mean, we're all working people. We don't want to grow our own carrot unless it's a hobby. But we do want to eat fresh carrot, and we don't want our carrot to be driven around halfway across the world in containers through the Suez Canal and whatever. So it's kind of a balance. How do you create it as a social and like as a social decision, but also as a diversity of labor? And another, like we can look around the world. I think I was involved in several other projects in this kind of field. And for instance, there are kind of ideas in urban design. If, there's a lot of times like a task, a chore that the designers receive. So he needs to give 10% of his land to do some nice gardening or whatever. And I was involved in a interesting project that they reversed it. So they say, if you produce a green wall, we will give you the benefit of using more of the land. So, and as like a minor thing, but it makes you think, okay, it's a social decision. And social decision come from the legislative or from us empowering the legislative to give us back like the proper route to navigate. I think both of these together can have like a more substantial impact.
I guess what I would like to do is to reflect a little bit in what I saw from the other two presentations so far. And I would like to discuss some of the aspects of the variables that we usually might not take care as we don't necessarily think them as architects so much. So there are many reasons why we're keeping plants and livestock and the nature out of our urban environments for the last 100 years. And it doesn't have to do with the dislike of what we had before, I think. I think it had to do with the way our societies has somehow evolved after the Industrial Revolution. And so for me, I guess when we are talking about re-entering natural elements into the built environment, we have to start thinking more holistically about all that. So for instance, when we see projects like your project, which I think it certainly address some of the issues of vertical vegetation, which is about maintenance, it is about time that we don't have and all that. It also has to do with the space that we don't necessarily have anymore inside our urban environments. And in a sense, what I'm trying to get to is that at the same time, though, we'll have to address other issues that they have to do with the real estate of space. And I don't mean space, just the horizontal space of an urban environment, but I mean also the vertical space of an environment in the city. For instance, in many cities like New York City, real estate of the view, it's obviously way more important than having something that is blocking you just because you want to have a vegetated system out of your window. People are paying way more money for whatever apartment they buy just because the glass, it ends down to the bottom floor instead of 10 centimeters above the ground or the floor plate. There is, in order to accommodate all these kind of variables that we need to include in our way of thinking, we need to create value into different stakeholders around the urban environment. And the way we can do, obviously, that it's by giving them, obviously, some sort of an idea of that their actions will entitle while they are doing that, or give them some incentives, or even describe them what they need to do in order to move in a society that's going to be beyond the transportation of goods from the other side of the world, with whatever that might be mean for these kinds of societies. So in my opinion, and what we were trying to do with a project that we are trying to create is to evaluate different variables and give them different benchmark thresholds in order to create value for these kind of products. Because we've seen lately a lot in the architectural iconography, a lot of green buildings and amazing green rooftops and green walls and vegetated systems in the floors and so on and so on. But in reality, nobody really knows how much is too much, what value it adds to the certain building, what it could do for the urban environment, what kind of value it creates for the inhabitants of a city. And the project that we currently are working, and the parts of it you're going to see in the exhibition space, is about creating this kind of platforms, creating this system that is going to be a parametric tool for designers, for real estate-related people, for citizens, for planners of city, to be able to get an estimation of how much is enough, or what kind of systems do they need, or how they can combine it more effectively in order to compete with all the other needs that an urban environment has. And I guess I'll leave it here, and then we can...
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. Yeah, I think I like to follow on that, because I think that looking for values in these super normal places. I think it's really interesting. Like when we're looking for land values in this case, like for us, I mean, land value, it meant transformable land for food production. Well, it clearly was a super normal space for you to turn the car around your yard. So that's a super normal space that could be used differently. Or even your backyard lot, which is kind of used for flowers, maybe let's turn them into berries, which is full of proteins, vitamins and so on. So there was this kind of, first of all, producing this kind of knowledge of where are the values. And then, of course, it's about engagement, and it's about the sort of, let's say, outreach. But I think that what we discovered in this project is that in Tallinn, those things are going on. It was really beautiful, actually, because, okay, the values were in these kind of niches of the city, and people were aware of it. And the sort of engagement with the community, it is happening. So I think she spoke today, maybe Maria Derlosh and Lina Labor. So basically, that's happening. I mean, like, we have about 20, I think it was, of those community gardens. So the city is supporting these initiatives, as understood. So that's happening. And, well, awareness and outreach is the Biennale, right? So we are now doing this. So it was kind of interesting when you brought up this question, because it felt like, what should we do? And then it feels like, well, we're doing it already. And like, I think it's maybe the only thing is the pace. We're a bit slow. I mean, I think maybe that's a bit of the issue, is that, yeah, maybe next spring. So I think that's a bit of maybe the change is happening. I think we're just doing it a bit too slow, perhaps. Yeah.
I thought that this city changes were happening really fast.
Yeah. Oh, we have like 6 minutes.
Yeah, I think if you speak into it, and it will, unless you turn it off. Yeah.
What about this?
Yes, now it works.
No, I was just commenting. I thought that in this city things are changing rapidly, so maybe this is the perfect testing ground for this kind of work. And I would add that I would love to see how these systems could evolve, because I know that we have the technological capabilities. These two guys show it quite obviously, very clearly. And I know we have people that they realize how we need to plan around these kind of subjects. And I will dare to say that we also have the scientific knowledge about how these systems are currently working and how they should evolve. So it's just a matter, I guess, of broader public acceptance and maybe a help from the institutions, the governmental institutions, to regulate this kind of environments. Because in reality, yes, we are trying to use all these kind of systems, but there is no regulatory framework yet on how you are including them into your civic building codes, or how you use them into your urban environments, or who needs to take care of them, or how they are being accepted, or even, I think somebody was mentioning it earlier today, what kind of spaces they should occupy in the vertical facade of a building. So maybe this is the subject that we should start also figuring out in the future.
I think actually what you all talked about in different ways is that we need to kind of redefine what efficiency means in terms of food production. So maybe eating a very tasty mango that has flown all the way from Peru, it's obviously faster and maybe cheaper than producing it. Well, I don't know how well you can produce mangoes in Tallinn, but still, I mean, the could be a version of it. So I agree that awareness on a collective level is really important. But I think, and this actually brings me to my next question, I think what you all eventually allude to is the fact that there is a smaller scale in which this connection between food and architecture has to also operate. I'm not discrediting the fact that in a collective level or even a governmental level, we also need to act. I think technology, especially the way that you talk about it and work with it, in this case, has to do with the scale of the house, the scale of the individual. Somebody wants their air to be clear, purified in this way, and they will actually use a system that eventually will become kind of an off-the-shelf system. Because I think we have, up until this point, connected technology with as far as food production is concerned, with really, really kind of big-scale projects. I mean, I'm thinking of drones taking care of crops, you know, in Texas, for example. Very sinister images that somehow this technological advances have allowed us to be aware of. So what I want to ask is, if we set aside the large urban scale, that I think is kind of one conversation that has already started and is moving, hopefully in a productive direction. What happens with the micro scale? What happens with the scale of the flats, the scale of the balcony, the scale of the micro facade? Is this something that we can address? Is this something that we can incorporate in the process? So we don't talk to ears that are happy and ready to hear what we have to say, but we talk to people that are not necessarily aware of this conversation. How do we do it?
Hi. Actually, I think the scales are interrelated. I mean, you cannot separate them. And as I see it, I would imagine it's a gradient. Now, since I cannot speak for the zeitgeist, I can say that something that can start as a fringe movement can become fashion, and then it can become embedded in culture. So if we look at the grand scale of thing, and my colleague here said, process takes time, and I think there's like maybe discrepancies between our technological capabilities and what we as society are willing to accept and incorporate into our home. And we already see that these kind of things are already a fringe movement. I mean, the self-growing people who grow them, make their own compost and grow their own tomatoes or whatever. So this is something that happens already. So those fringe pockets already exist, and the academy pushes there. And then the question is, how can we make it something that is common? So you don't need to be highly intellectual, involved in the global change. You just need to know, oh, growing my tomato, I mean, what is the value for me? Growing my tomato in my home is actually quite nice. So how can you incorporate it and make it a simple thing? How can you make it a fashion? And we saw a similar process in recycling. So it started as a kind of fringe movement, people who separate paper from in their waste baskets. Like really, I don't know, 20 years ago it was something, you know. And today it's like mandatory. So it became a fashion and culture and then became legislative. And it can happen when you have a supporting business model. I mean, we decided a long time ago we go with capitalism, so this is what we do. So we need to have a supportive business model. We need to have something approachable to the general public. And as I see it, you know, but this is my point of view as the robotic side, how can we reduce the labor in it? We can make it easy.
Yeah, exactly, because I think the difference with recycling, for example, is that taking care of a plant or an animal, it takes time. More than space, not that space is not an issue, like it takes time. I'm not a green finger or anything, but I've killed many plants in my in my lifetime because it needs time,
I've killed a goldfish once.
I think it takes time more than knowledge, you know, and I think of course it's important to understand this in the larger framework. But if someone doesn't have time, you know, to collect olives or grow their tomatoes, like within this capitalist
But then the question,
time
what is
frame.
the percentage that you aspire? Do you aspire for 100%? Or do you aspire that every person will grow 5% of his own consumption? Which I don't think it's that over-exaggerated.
But I think you do have time to go to the supermarket for your groceries, right? So if you evaluate the time that you
People
need to
don't go
get
to
there,
the supermarket anymore. I think.
maybe I'm outdated, but I still think that people do need groceries to survive at some point. So you spend time or energy to get there, or shop or something. So maybe if this kind of energy is used into an alternative way of production, that could be the time that you need.
The thing that I think was interesting is that, like what you were saying about the drones, I mean, the reason why we end up in that way and the reason why Tallinn ended up making only 1% of its food within its boundaries, it's because it's not, I mean, cities are not the best place to make food. I mean, it's simply inefficient, extremely expensive, very difficult to deal with, transportation, waste. I mean, so I think that the reason why things are the way they are today is because that's the best way of doing them. However, it's kind of an interesting duality because on the other hand, if you're trying to look for space to grow food, like we find 70% of it in people's backyard. So this was kind of puzzling also for us because on the one hand, you start to think like, why are we even thinking about circularity? This is not the place of doing it. Like it's just impossible. Then on the other hand, you see that actually most of the space it's in these kind of super normal nooks and crannies of the buildings. So I think that this is kind of perhaps the debate is like, why cities? Why do we need to actually make the food that we consume ourselves? And then if we have to, then, well, let's look at it. There is plenty of it. And I also wonder, your technologies are very interesting. And I think like what I found interesting is that how do we bring them with this kind of a super normal? So kind of a, meanwhile this technology kind of get cheaper, kind of how can we combine that with exactly people just making their own basil at home? So like,
I mean,
how fast?
We're already doing it. We're already living with robots. I mean, I don't know how many % of people here have a Roomba in their house or an iRobot.
They have these robots that they deliver food around.
They have. I think this is still like on the initial thing, but we're already living with robots. And we already have, like in high rises, in office buildings, we already have automated systems that respond to air quality and to the climate outside. And so actually we have all the bits and pieces are all there. Okay. My hope is that we know how to assemble them. You can
Yeah, just to mention something, we love robots, and I think we try to show also like reasons to use them, and we think that here we have something we can solve. But coming back to the initial question that was also like, as a personal skill, like how to get motivated. You spoke a lot about value of bringing this plant in the environment, and I think we have like kind of two stakeholders to convince. One is the real estate or the government trying to understand more like metrics for the city, a bit more scientific. But I think there's also like the benefit for the end user, no, the client, the inhabitant of the space. And one of the first, well, some of the urban garden that happens in Barcelona, I think around the world, they grow their food, but it's more so for the peace of mind, for the mental health, to be here taking care of the plants, this passion for something simple, but that takes time to invest in, and it's quite simple. We have a lot of associations actually that work with the psychology and the plants for making our environment better. So that's one of the first benefits. We speak about air quality, that also is a key aspect. We have also the fact that it's a much better climate to live in as well. For us, that we are suffering from heat in Barcelona, as soon as we have a bit of shade from the plants, it's much better. So there's plenty of advantage that then it makes more sense to bring closer. And I feel we didn't took in consideration those aspects so much till recently. And the fact that we can now measure them, but also we have a conscience for it. I think the fact that we've been closed inside for the COVID, and the fact that we see our city more and more polluted, we start to see, okay, maybe we need these benefits, this other aspect. And so I feel there's a change in culture already that accept this extra effort or this extra cost to bring back part of the nature here. Then effectively maybe it's not 100% of it, there will be a balance. So there will be still mass production happening somewhere else, and closer a bit of the proportion, but hopefully that will create this awareness that the mass production could be a minimum controlled, or avoid shopping from other side of the planet or something like this. So I feel there's a balance that will be found and that we're going in this direction. How to accelerate it, I don't know yet. but hopefully events like this one could help.
But I think, Sophia, in your question before, you used one of the words that we are currently using in our exhibit as well. You talked about efficiency.
Yeah, that we have to redefine what efficiency means.
And before I was talking also about value, and I use specifically the term value instead of money or monetary value or something like that, because there is value to be found in this kind of work in many other aspects, as we were discussing currently. I believe the way that we have started thinking after the Industrial Revolution, it was a mechanized way of thinking around these kind of systems. How are we going to be able to create some sort of an efficiency? Let's make this air conditioning unit 5% more efficient. Let's make this structural component 5% more efficient in that aspect. But in reality, we lost the overall aspect, which is about effectiveness. And so for me, the scale is not just the system, but I think it could start from the building overall. So you might create an efficiency in one part of a system in a building, and then you lose the effectiveness in something else. And that's the point I was trying to do before. And I think that by adding value in all these other things that we currently start discussing, we were not valuing necessarily before, which is not just the money, it's not about what is more efficient for the food industry currently, but it's about what is more effective for the overall quality of our life. We should include other values as well, like biophilia, what you, Alexander, suggested, what you suggested before. And at the same time, we shouldn't exclude terminology that is used, for instance, in environmental economics, which they use this term that is called negative externalities, which has to do with all these byproducts of a system or a creation or a product that we don't put in the equation of how we value them. And so, for instance, every time that we bring bananas from I don't know where in Tallinn, we spend tons of solid fuels to bringing them here, or some sort of pesticides to keep them alive while they are traveling for days, or whatever. It's all these other things that we don't evaluate necessarily when we stick to the existing systems that we currently have for evaluating this kind of work. So that's why this is the part of the work that we're trying to create now, that's going to create this kind of value that's going to be added to the monetary systems that we currently use in our societies. It's not an easy task. It's going to take some time, but I think it's going to be a great incentive for eventually moving to this kind of mentality, because it's already happening. It's happening with a lead system. It's happening with a well, which are incomplete, and they have a lot of flaws, and we can discuss about that forever. Nevertheless, they create value for developers, let's say, and so they're trying to somehow adapt them and create buildings that are going to be more beneficial somehow to their environment. I don't know about speedy processes. I think the built environment has proved to be very resilient. There is many reasons why that happens, and I don't think it's a time now to discuss about that, but certainly we can figure out ways to bypass this stubbornness of the built environment and the related institutions to alter the way we do things.
Can I just add one last comment? I agree with many of what you said, some a bit more, because what's missing is how do you then back propagate it to the common people? It's like the everyday people who are not here. I mean, who live their life now, I don't know, their normal everyday life. And how do you propagate either that value to affect directly their life, so they will be a part of it, so they will want to participate in it, either monetary or qualitative or some kind of value that they will aspire. They will want to live in the neighborhood where one of the walls is a green wall, or that they would like to rent an office where the entire HVAC system is completely green and bio-based. Right. It's like this kind of negotiation between how much we push forward and how much do we carry everyone with us, so maybe they push, and I mean, this is a hard negotiation because we can be completely detached and left like mid-air.
I think one of the interesting examples, since you brought this up, is the High Line in New York City. Mm-hmm. This is something that started from the people pushing for this kind of change. The previous mayor of the city wanted to demolish the rail line, but somehow the people withstand and they alter his perception about what things they should, how things should happen. And then the next mayor of the city came up, and now we have the High Line. So it's not always one way you can do things. Sometimes it could be from the bottom up, per the morning discussions, and sometimes needs to be from the top down, I think. some sort of a combination?
Well, as much as I enjoy working on the High Line, I think what you're talking about is much more literally, metaphorically productive relationship with plants. I think the urban condition through which the High Line was born is probably one that we probably want to avoid for cities. You know, I would hate to see gentrification being actually the fire that promotes any of these projects, but maybe that's just me. I have one last question. I want to ask if there's any questions from the floor. Great. There's one. There's two. I'll ask one last bit really quickly, and then I'll pass the floor to you. We're all involved in academia or teaching architecture, one way or another, at different levels. What I find really problematic is the fact that we depend heavily on the word "and", architecture and robotics, building systems and sustainability, urbanism and food production. Like, there's this added element that allows for architecture to be a closed off discipline, just because we put the "and" in. I wonder, how can we kind of put our heads together now and in the future in order to avoid that? Like, standardize the fact that architecture and robots are the same thing. Like, I think, you know, the lift is a robot, isn't it? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, yeah, we press. Well, there are some that, you know, they kind of go up and down, up and down.
A little bit outdated, maybe?
How do we standardize the fact that it's not an added element? Because that's where I'm trying to get, is that I think it's highly problematic when we isolate these things from each other. So there are architects who are using robots or building systems in a specific way, or interested in that way of planning a city, whereas others aren't. Like, of course, we look at the discipline from different points of view. We create our own expertise, but the fact that we've kind of niched off all these elements kind of against architecture, I think it's highly problematic. But I'm very happy to hear. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, maybe just to echo your comment, I think we agree that we don't. Well, we've seen in the past kind of specialization of fields. I come from the French culture where they split really the architect and the engineer, and we've seen that it allows some interesting specialization, but also disconnection, unfortunately. And the take we see in our school and a couple of places around is to go a bit the opposite and trying to merge different fields and see what emerged from this. No? And so we found that a lot of innovation happens at the intersection of these disciplines. So in our head and in the vocabulary is still split. But ask any students that come from our school and ask them if they're still architects, and you will see the fantastic series of answers you will get that come from it. Even us have a kind of a, how do you say, identity crisis, because we are called Institute of Advanced Architecture, but we don't do only architecture. We have many things that come out from it. And we'd like to more embrace it and think, okay, no, we are a designer of an ecosystem, and this can have many aspects: designing a space, designing a robot, designing an ecosystem of plants, and say this. And what came out finally is the talent of architects have been to not have answer to each solutions, but to be able to question the right things, no? And to work in this very uncertain environment of having so many front open. So this design thinking that we have ingrained in architectures, we discover is suitable to solve a lot of the problems we have around, even if we don't have this specialization of the knowledge that come from this element. So somehow the architect can be this bridge between many of these disciplines, and we find it very interesting. So we are more in favor of it.
Yeah, I find it interesting because I think that quite often this kind of a second word or second speciality comes from who is funding your research.
Yeah.
So like you're basically kind of an urbanist and now it's urban planning and biodiversity because that's what's giving traction, or it's well-being because that city is working on that field. So like, it's quite often, that's why I find it interesting because actually it's almost like the clients or the funders, they expand your specialty. So I think like, I feel like I'm urbanist, but I learn every day something more and something new in different fields based on let's say, the funding scheme or the client or the city. So I think it's kind of, perhaps it's true that it's more useful for us than for the end user, actually. So it's more like a way for us to learn something new outside of our box. But I think that eventually, yeah, it does good also for the cities. I mean, like that we are not becoming such a specialist, but in the teaching it becomes very difficult, to be honest, because then like when you bring it back to schools, well, people are confused. There is simply just confusion on what the architectural well-being is. So I think that this debate, I think, is quite interesting. It would need its own panel almost. Like so, I think it's an interesting question, but I don't have like, yeah.
Great, thank you. Should we open to the floor and we can continue maybe?
Although I have to add a quick comment, I don't think it's a matter of terminology. I think it's a matter of where the boundaries could be around what we do as a profession.
No, I think the terminology reflects that. Yeah, it's not the word.
I mean, maybe a more accurate description is that we are master synthesizers of information. And that's what we do.
Oh.
Thanks. I happened to notice that on this panel that is about the architecture that makes food, all the examples were using the classical crops, classical plants, while, for example, in the morning we saw Claudia's examples of microalgae and more radical ideas. I'm just wondering if this is, what is your opinion about these more radical ways to produce food inside the city? Is it for practical reasons that you are focusing on the traditional plants or some other reason? Do you see the more radical ideas as part of the solution or not?
I agree. There's a lot of potential on new plants. The element is that it's already difficult to work with life. If on top of that you start to tweak the life, it starts to be very challenging. But there is people working very hard on this, and effectively we had seen the fantastic work that doing ecological studio on the algae. Currently, we don't have yet so much developed the algae aspect to feed us only on spirulina. Even if I love spirulina, is a bit limiting in the capacity. So in this vision of a city that can produce with this food, that's for us interesting to explore, especially the algae that still work on the sun, so still need absorption of the sun. Another aspect that is will have probably less impact on our urban environment is bioreactors, that is literally industries to produce food in closed spaces, totally artificial environment. And this could be underground, so have less impact on our urban spaces and cities. So there is alternatives, there's very interesting topics. It's true that we tend to focus on the things that have an impact on the space, and we could see this interaction with people. But maybe you have a plant in mind that we don't know yet, that could be fantastic. We'll be happy to see that. But for sure, so one of the key aspects is that this is a very nice discussion with the biologists and the people that are onto plants that can open totally our fields of thinking.
I want to connect both of your questions. And I think that, I know as a professional, I call myself a junior researcher, if you may. You can. Yeah, my director.
Full title.
I think it's a matter with whom you wish to be in a dialogue with. So, for instance, me as a personal interest, I want to be in dialogue with robotics, with software engineering, for instance. These are the fields I wish to be in dialogue with. So this is where I invest my efforts as a researcher. And to make my life possible, I will say all the rest I will keep as the unchanged. and this is the way I want to go. But it could be extended if I wish to be in a dialogue with the biologist or the chemist. So this discussion, this dialogue could diversify and become bigger. This is how I see it.
Yeah. I think slowly but steadily we are moving into an era that is not going to be about the source of our food. It's going to be about the nutritional value we are getting from whatever source we get our food. There is a discussion, for instance, about food deserts, which, if you are not familiar with the terminology, it basically describes places that people live and they cannot. It's not possible for them to find fresh sources of food or nutritional aspects in a zone of whatever is defined according to the specific city or area. Recently, for instance, in European Union, I think they included as part of the nutritional aspect of the European citizens certain 4, I believe, insects for their value in terms of nutrition. So eventually, the way that we describe where our food is coming, it might be entirely different from what we are currently thinking. And it might have less requirements in terms of space or water or energy or production. It's going to be about some sort of a fraction of nutritional value to other values that we currently have not established, I think, or we are trying to describe them, but we're not there yet.
Okay, sure. There was one more question. I saw a hand, didn't I? Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I was just listening, you guys, and I was thinking that city maybe city isn't it's not all, right? We shouldn't think just about city. I was just listening to you and thinking that, oh my God, you guys are taking food out of farmers' mouths. So, as you said, that yes, maybe just thinking about the city limits isn't enough. We have to think about the bigger picture too, right? And thank you so much for bringing out the mental health side of growing things, because I think that in the city, that's why I'm doing it. So thanks.
Helps me a lot as well.
I think actually it's a very interesting comment and addition to the conversation. The day that, let's say, the pandemic broke in the States, I was at the opening of the countryside exhibition of OMA at the Guggenheim, which was, I think, kind of the perfect irony that all of us were kind of visiting this exhibition in the middle of New York City, talking about the countryside and crops and production, and then the pandemic comes and no one is in the countryside and no one's in the city either, you know, they're kind of locked up in their flats. I think, of course, that we need to extend our terms to include, I think, the whole surface of the planet. And I think that it's the case that in this panel, the projects are urban based. But I think what you're bringing up can be related to the fact that it is a very interesting moment, sad and interesting at the same time. Like right now, the cost of food has risen more than, I mean, I shouldn't say a number because I don't remember it correctly, but it's insane. Like it's actually more expensive, and analogically than gas itself, because you pay for the cost of food and for the cost of gas that brings you the food wherever you are. So the fact that a more sustainable way of understanding consumption of food might be kind of an exodus from an urban environment. I think it's a conversation that needs to be had regardless. But that's actually an interesting point that we could use the last few minutes of the panel. What happens when we leave the city? What happens to robots when we leave the city? What happens to building blocks when they go to the countryside? What happens to GIS when we leave the city?
I think you lose comfort. And I think that this is the thing that maybe we don't talk enough about, is that all these beautiful things that we are talking about, and also the negative things we're talking about, like the increase of the prices or that kind of energy prices and so on, it just means less comfortable living. I mean, which eventually, if you do it for several years, it's comfortable again. So it's about changing habits. So I'm not sure if comfort is even the right word, but perhaps that's what you do when you are outside of the city. But you also are, at least right now, you're healthier. We were doing a study, a longitudinal study with about 10,000 children and followed them from year 0 to until they're teenagers, and taking constantly blood samples. And we started to see that the children that were basically living in a biodiverse environment, so outside of the cities of Finland, they had a much stronger immune system, as well as they were less prone to develop diabetes type 1, which is a very expensive also thing to treat. So in Finland, they'll be looking so much about human health right now. I mean, they're not looking so much at biodiversity or growing food as a mean of, let's say, kind of circularity, but more as a mental and physical health. Also because with aging populations, that's becoming more and more expensive. So we might run out of money only to kind of get rid of our autoimmune disease, which are basically, if you look at the curve of autoimmune disease in Nordic countries, from the 60s until today, it went from like 3%, like diabetes, like 3% to like 16 incidents. So you get these kind of issues in cities. So we also need to be aware that, yeah, maybe it's not the right place to grow food. However, if you do, even inefficiently and extremely expensively, or even if you start to build facade like yours, that's why I find it fascinating, because when you start to have the facades built that way, when you start to have the algae, when you start to have even the filters, it might be more expensive than doing that outside of the city, but in cities, it contributes to your health. So I guess that's perhaps one thing to...
It's interesting the point that you bring, because all the studies and the most recent ones that we are trying to do as well, we are trying to associate the microbial communities, the microbiome, and its relationship with the healthy immune system. And so it has been found, and this is not our studies, that even in cities, if you have plants inside your place, if you have soil, if you have pets, children growing up nearby these kind of environments, they have definitely better immune system when they are older. And so there is all these aspects that we haven't discussed around these kind of systems, of course, and this is only our panel discussion. But I think that the reason why we are discussing about cities is because it certainly has its downsides, but it has also its benefits. There is a reason why we concentrate in cities, and there's a reason why the majority of the population from, I believe, last year and onwards, they're concentrated in urban environments instead of rural environments. And this is a tendency that's going to continue to happen. I was reading a couple of years ago an article of New Yorker describing the energy use of a house in the countryside and a house in an apartment in an apartment block. And it was describing the different energy requirements for somebody living in a house that is entirely isolated from everything else, and it requires its own heating system and its own watering pipes and all these other kind of things, instead of having what maybe the economist would say a kind of reduction of climate, of scale, I'm sorry. And so certain ways we can discuss that, but it seems that living out of the cities, unless we have another COVID incident the next few years, is not something that's going to happen soon enough. So eventually we'll have to figure out to live in better ways, I guess, around these kind of environments.
Damiano, Andreas, Shahar, Alexandre, thank you so much. Thank you for the questions, and looking forward to continue the conversation later. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you, Sophia.
You're running to the class. Thank you. Listen,
Thank you.
I want to connect you to a girl named Hilaba.
Say again?
There's not any break between the panels?
No. No. Well, all right. Well, thank you, Sophia, and everyone. Damiano, Andreas, Alexander, Christian. Now we're going to go towards the next panel. I promise we're going to have 5-minute breaks between the sessions tomorrow. I'm sorry, some planning issues. But for the next panel, and essentially the last one for today, actually, I would like to ask Chris Perry and Catherine Dwyer to come to the stage and take over from me as the moderators of the panel titled Architecture That Is Eaten Away. We've talked about making food, now let's eat it. Yeah, please. You can use both the microphone, the hand microphones, or this one. They're all turned.
Right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming here to hear I guess, the last panel of the day. My name is Catherine Dwyer.
Chris Perry.
And we are Numa Studio, an experimental architecture, landscape, and design practice based in Hudson, New York. Without further ado, we'd like to introduce the panel and our first speaker today. According to the curators of the Biennale, this panel, titled Architecture That Is Eaten Away, explores decomposition along with its various social, economic, and biodiversity-related effects. Each project in this collection of work deals with the idea of edibility and the decomposition of architecture in different ways, whether through processes or effects.
For example, Lola Ben Alan and Sharon Yavo Ayalan's project speculates on both the contemporary and future possibilities of using earth as a nutritional resource for the built environment.
Evangelos and Iasonos Pentazis envision artificial reef structures by working with circular economy principles, much like we were hearing about on the last panel, computational design methods, and digital fabrication techniques.
Kieran Taylor's work with Lateral Office addresses alternative material economies, traditional watershed stewardship and forest management, food networks, knowledge transfer, and land sovereignty.
And finally, Robert Johnson proposes a design system for rethinking the value of fat by commercial kitchens, transforming it into biofuel as a part of a new recycling process.
From work that addresses the edibility of bricks, underwater food chains for marine life, or alternative waste economies, to projects that propose new forms of land sovereignty, each of the participants on this panel raise interesting and important issues regarding architecture and landscape architecture's relationship to the general theme of edibility and decomposition.
Our first speakers will be Lola Ben Alan and Sharon Yavo Ayalan. Lola Ben Alan is an assistant professor at Columbia University, where she directs the Natural Materials Lab and the Building Science and Technology curriculum. She specializes in natural earth and bio-based building materials and construction methods. At the Technion, Lola co-founded Art Espionage. She also served as a curator and content developer at the Mata Tech.
Sharon Yavo Ayalan is an architect, artist, curator, and researcher. She currently teaches at Columbia University and serves as a postdoctoral associate at Cornell Tech. Her research focuses on visualizations and simulations to achieve social impact in planning. Currently, she has mapped NYC, New York City, social distancing stories through interactive maps that aggregate people's stories about life during the pandemic. So we welcome Lola and Sharon.
So, my name is Sharon. I will be representing both Lola and myself. And we prepare a very intellectual talk, but when I see all the fatigued faces after a long days of very interesting conversation, I just want to maybe ask all of you to look around you and think if you can find something to eat here. If you look at the bricks, you look at the building, at the chairs, that was our initial question. Can we eat buildings? And when we thought about it firstly, it sounded like a very original idea. But coming to this place, we really thank Areti and Lydia for showing us that a lot of people are thinking about the same issues, and it's not that far-fetched to think about a building that can be eaten away. So what we suggest here is to use or to think about earth-based material as something that we can eat. And the use of earth-based materials appears in two practices along the history of mankind. One of them is for constructions of building, and the second, much less known or understood, is the eating of earth. In simple words, how do I move this? Soil can be used both for building and for eating. And like in Alice in Wonderland, when she consumed the Eat Me brick, she didn't know where this journey will lead us. We started this journey completely at awe of the idea that people can eat earth, and we didn't imagine where it would lead us. And we're happy that it led us here to Tallinn and for this biennial. But on the way, or before working on this project, our fascination with earth-based material has a long history of collaboration. This is the first project that we did together that was titled Earth, and it looked at Earth in a more global sense, originating from the Google Earth application and trying to create an Israeli landscape made in China by converging areas of Google Earth and creating a new kind of landscape. Our collaboration has also explored Earth in different scales and different mediums, from more analytical one to more tactical one, like this art exhibition in which the artist is bathing in Earth, trying to think about as a material to cover yourself. And another example of using earth in an artistic exhibition or by laminating earth. All of those are a way to think about these resources, the resource that is like most common, that is literally underneath our feet, but we don't really pay attention to it. So by laminating earth, what we try to talk about is how, as a species, we both consume the earth and also try to protect it. So we are covering the earth in all sorts of material that are in one way preserve it, but in another way take the essence out of it by making it barren. It can no longer bear fruit when it's laminated. And this project that was part of my exhibition in New York was curated by Lola. And all of these projects that I've just skimmed through is a collaboration of a decade, and we can actually call ourselves mud sisters in a way. We both play with mud for a long, long time. So at the same time that we do those artistic experimentation with earth, Lola has been working in her natural material lab at Columbia GSAP to study the ingredients of earth and to think about how to incorporate earth in up-to-date building processes. So it's not only about tactically and physically exploring earth, but also scientifically testing the ingredients and trying to find the best ways to use earth in our current day of age. For example, this bamboo chair that they developed is based completely on earthen materials and can be used in our urban environment, or the 3D printed bricks that are also part of the exhibition tonight. It's part of what they develop in their lab. And some options of rammed earth, which are also becoming more apparent in current day buildings. And this is another project that we did together almost a decade ago of trying to grow wheat on a slanted landscape. So emerging out of this historical revisit of our work, we came into this edible idea to think about earth not only in a building context, but also as a substance to consume. And maybe our previous panel gave a lot of examples on things that can be grown out of the building. We were trying to challenge this thought a little bit more radically and to think, what if we can actually eat the building itself? So we kind of looked at the two traditions of building with earth throughout the world, and we've seen that earth building is actually among the oldest known to mankind, and found dating over a millennia and still sheltering approximately a third of the world's population. In vernacular, it is a vernacular material that is still being used in part of Germany, France, the UK, more than 500,000 earth-based dwellings just in Western Europe. And this is amazing to think about, that it seems like something that is disappearing from the world, but it still exists. And not only as a vernacular way of building, but also as a more up-to-date version. And I see that, is the timer correct? On the other hand, eating earth is also something that is not only a past event, or not only a disorder like it was called in Western societies, geophagia, the need to consume earth, and is being criticized by the Western world, is also something that is still being done today in certain parts of the world and being adapted by celebrities or modern age scientists to understand what are the nutritious facts of soil that people can consume. So what we try to do in this experiment is to converge those two histories into one and to try to think about ways to make one thing out of them. And our inspiration was the periodic table. And we created this periodic table from the eatable to the buildable. And coming back to the actual installation in the biennale, we took earth from around where we live in New York. This is in Goshen, New York. Went to an organic recycling place and started experimenting and learning about those practices. Here we created cookies, the bonbon tart cookies from Haiti, or on the other side, the chalks that are being eaten in Africa, in certain part of Africa. We learned the substances and the materials that they used, and on the other end, we tried to build those bricks from a different kind of materials, trying to understand which ingredients are better for building and which ingredients are better for consuming, if we want to say it this way. And this is how it looks like in the exhibition. And we invite all of you to go and explore this periodic table. As you can see, it also has 2 videos in both ends that talk about those traditions of building with earth and eating earth, and the way that it is oriented on space is from the edible to the buildable, and you can see all the examples that we built over the course of this last 6 months. So again, you're very welcome to come, ask more questions about it. I know my time is up. And so I just want to say thank you for everyone who's been listening and for the Tallinna Biennaal for inviting us.
Our next speaker will be Evangelos and Iasonos Pantaxis of Topotech. Evangelos Pantaxis is an architect, engineer, and founding partner of Topotech Design Research Studio. His work focuses on complex geometric modeling across different design scales and the development of generative design strategies in conjunction with data-driven analysis.
Iasonos Pantaxis is an architect and founding partner of Topotech Design Research Studio. He is the director of the Digital Fabrication Laboratory of Ioannina, and I hope I pronounced that correctly, and has taught architectural technology as a lecturer at the Polytechnic School of the University of Ioannina and the University of Patras and the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. A lot of Greek in this bio, in Greece, of course. So we welcome Evangelos and Iasonos.
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Chris and Catherine, for the short introduction. I'm Iason Pantaxis, and this my partner, Evangelos Pantaxis. Together we founded Topotech Design Studio, and we are here to present to you our ongoing research on artificial reefs. And maybe we can start with the presentation. And just to inform you, it's like Ioannina is a city in the northwest part of Greece. This is the right way to pronounce it, actually, Greece. It doesn't matter, okay? It's a small place, but it's where we originally are from. On the other hand, okay. Yes.
Please give a second so that they load the presentation.
Okay, great.
We would like to thank, of course, the Tallinna Biennale for inviting us.
And especially the curators, Lydia Kalipoliti and Areti Markopoulou. It was a great chance of being here and sharing all of our work with a broader audience. So let's get going. Okay, this is the presentation of Sharon. Okay, yes, coming. Yeah, that would be great, Sharon. I think we'll have the time during the open discussion. So some stuff about us, so we cannot like consume the whole.
Here we go.
Okay, great. This no, Piso. Okay. All right. Yes. Yes. This like Topotech, and we are a multidisciplinary design studio operating on the intersection of architecture, design, arts, and science. And all this under the vector of computational design and informational technologies. And 3 years ago, like all these practices usually take on a specific opportunity to develop their skills. So we were presented with an opportunity to participate in a European-funded project that focused on blue growth and development of marine development. So actually, we were awarded the first prize by the Barcelona Chambers of Commerce to work with sustainable ventures and SME that were focusing on the creation of artificial reef structures. And so in a circular economy fashion, we brought together different, let's say, a fabrication facility which is based in Ioannina, and us, and also like the scientists that we were working with sustainable ventures to work together and thus create this project that focuses on developing artificial reef structures using bio-inspired generative design techniques for creating the geometry and the texture of artificial reef modules that can vary in size and complexity. So this project examines how circular economy principles combined with computational design methods and digital fabrication techniques can be used to provide solutions for the design and the construction of these structures, which are underwater structures that I could let you know for the background of it. So what is an artificial reef? Maybe for many of you is like a new concept. So they are like man-made structures that are designed to mimic some of the characteristics of a natural reef. Advantages of the artificial reef creation include, but are not limited to, increase of marine life biodiversity in coastal areas, with featureless bottoms by creating habitat for different marine species. Also, it prevents illegal fishing, trawling, as well as, and this is kind of the important thing, it stimulates local economies by enhancing touristic activities. So what was interesting for us in the context of this year's Biennale themes, edible, is that these structures actually create an artificial substrate that helps create habitat and food for fish. So like on the artificial reefs, algae grows and then fish shows up to eat. So that was like kind of an architecture that creates food for fish that then create food for humans, as we are. Of course, the concept of artificial reefs is not new. Artificial reefs started as a concept back in the end of the 19th century. by throwing tires in the water, with the passing of the years, the designs became more eloquent, and so to end up here today that we are working on this matter in another fashion, since the days of dumping tires to create habitat for fish are over for us and for other professionals operating on this field. So in that sense, like, new methods have developed in the recent years that use cementitious products as a base material while exploring different and more complicated geometries, and which all of them, they employ a modular design, but in our understanding, they were lacking a basic feature, which is like the ability of all these modules to aggregate in three dimensions. So our research revolved around developing a design and construction workflows that can be applied in different locations and environments. In this map, you get to see where you can find artificial reefs in Europe. But there are other locations in the world that are maybe kind of more needing of artificial reefs, since the artificial reefs have also the characteristic of enhancing and optimizing the marine environment. So degraded marine environments are maybe the ideal places of employing and the artificial reefs. So you can take on.
We will continue with a bit more of the design. So very central to our approach was that we sort of developed the tools, both digital and analog, in order to both research this in a more methodic way, since there was no method for designing and constructing such things, despite the fact that they have been putting artificial reefs throughout the 20th century. Here you see a diagram, and as a studio we are both interested in developing the computational part but also the analog, so the fabrication, and then trying to tie these two things together. We went through iterative steps where we developed different prototypes, both as for the computational design of these things, but also for making. And we went from like small-scale prototypes to actual-scale prototypes. So here you see sort of a catalog of different designs that we were generating with a, let's say, computational method that we developed, which was based upon triply periodic minimal surfaces, the type of geometry that attracts a lot of architects. In this context, it was particularly interesting because through our interaction with marine biologists, something that came up was that these structures need to have a characteristic of increased volume to surface ratio. What does that mean is within a cube, if you imagine a cube, how much more area you can have within a cube. So triply periodic minimal surfaces are mathematically defined surfaces. It's a rather new concept. It was developed by Alan Shawn in the 60s or 70s. So we played with this idea and we tried to tweak it and how we can develop a quite complex model that fits the parameters that the marine biologists were interested, but also they could satisfy things such as the 3D aggregation of these geometries. That was something that did not really exist up until now. Most of the people that they were throwing reefs or creating reefs, they were arraying the reefs in 2D, the modules. And what we were looking into was how can we do that in 3D. Here you see sort of a final selection of modules. And although this design exploration could go endless, we kind of focused on three main parameters. One is try to maintain a good, or whatever, rather good volume to surface ratio, try to have a geometry that is constructible, but also a geometry that has a weight which is, let's say, can be manipulated without heavy-duty machinery. after we settled down on a design that fulfills this in terms of the module, we looked into how this thing can aggregate in space, and that's how what you see here. We defined then rules that they are related to the geometry, and then started exploring what type of structures we could build with that. And of course, going forward, we started looking into another very important parameter for these modules or structures, which is the surface texture. So the more texture it has, the better it is for the algae to grow. So that was, here you see some studies that we started doing, where we were CNC milling different patterns to see how that could play out. And this is sort of the final module. Interestingly, and on purpose, we sort of put that's the first iteration. That's not what you're going to see in the exhibition. What you're going to see in the exhibition is the 3D printed version, or the next iteration of that. But what we found interesting about that, both share the same geometry, but they have under fabrication constraints. And the interesting thing about that is that we actually deployed it underwater, which we haven't done with this one, but we hope to do it. So this is actually the modules in place, actually in Greece, and our hope is that we will be able to deploy the ones that we fabricated for this exhibition in a real environment. The difference between the two that you're going to see if you happen to visit the exhibition, which we, of course, encourage you, is that the technique is different, the fabrication technique, but the design approach is the same. I think we are on time, so I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Our next speaker will be Kieran Roy Taylor of Lateral Office. Kieran is a lecturer at the University of Toronto, where he received his Master of Architecture with the Royal Architecture Institute of Canada Student Medal. He is a co-founder of the media arts platform HAVN, and his research interests lie in the political economy of architecture and urbanism as it relates to equity and emerging socio-technical formations. Let's welcome Kieran.
Cool. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to the curatorial team and staff for having me. Cool. So I'm here to present our project for the Biennale, Unreserved Land Cycles. And just to begin with a Frantz Fanon quote, for a colonized people, the most essential value, because the most concrete, is first and foremost the land that will bring them bread and above all dignity. So questions of sustainability, resiliency, and alternative economic assemblages are impossible to address without looking critically at how we view the land as an extractive resource and tool of speculative value, and the colonial foundations upon which our ideas of property rest. And part of this is understanding that what we call the settler state, which is basically the Euro, I'm from Canada, so it's sort of a Euro-Canadian regime of settlement in North America and elsewhere, is at its core an extractive project predicated on resource colonialism. So the land that we call, like, quote unquote, Canada is founded on land dispossessed from Indigenous peoples bit by bit through legislation and force in the name of extraction and essentially white settlement. So key to this project is actually a piece of legislation called the Indian Act, which was an 1876 act of the Canadian Parliament, which essentially systemized a program of cultural erasure and created a category of land called reservations. So these are essentially tiny parcels of land that kind of remain from the sort of greater territory, here in red on the map, that effectively cordoned off this land from its original inhabitants and facilitated the westward expansion of European settlement. So actually until 1951, it was sort of functionally illegal for indigenous peoples to actually leave these reservations. So this program of systemic dispossession and cultural erasure, administered both by church organizations and the settler state, continues to have ongoing effects: economic disparity, gaps in health incomes, and really incalculable losses in terms of language, culture, and biodiversity. So at present, there are increasing calls for the repatriation of indigenous land, and it's just worth noting that when land is taken, it's more than just territory or what we would think of as quote-unquote property. It's essentially the severing of a series of relationships and a deeply entangled network of teachings and way of life that are threatening essentially to the logic of the settler state as an extractive project. So our project, Unreserved Land Cycles, comes out of collaborative work that we've been undertaking with Indigenous and Northern communities for some time at Lateral Office, primarily in the Northern Territories of Nunavut and Northwest Territories. And this project more specifically comes out of dialogues with Michipicoten First Nation, which is an Anishinaabe or Ojibwe community in Northern Ontario on the shores of Lake Superior. So a large part of our relationship that we've been building with this community has been done through listening and collaboration to understand the diverse needs of really these small communities and arrive at a common understanding of what a kind of spatial practice on colonized land can be. And something that really repeatedly comes up in these conversations is a sort of absolute inseparability between spatial practices and ways of life and knowing that are deeply embedded with relationships to this land and the teachings that it can provide. So our project essentially settled on 5 speculative architectural propositions arising out of these conversations, addressing interlinked and interpenetrating aspects related to the land in a way that, as far as it's possible to do, apart from the settler state. So these 5 cycles of land sovereignty, and specifically like indigenous land sovereignty, knowledge keeping, traditional economies, forest management, and watershed stewardship are enmeshed in a metabolism that binds communities in interlinked ways of relating to the land. So our process with friend and collaborator James Bird, who's a Dene Sutline elder and knowledge keeper, revolved around revealing these entanglements between indigenous spatial practice and teaching of the land as people who have been able to live on the land for thousands of years without causing it extensive damage. In the way that a single plant or animal can provide many uses, both as food and medicine, but also for its ceremonial purposes and as a raw material for building and craft, Land Cycles looks at how these reciprocal relationships and teachings of the land can be interwoven. Cedar, for instance, is not only used in craft and building for its water and rot-resistant properties, but also as a medicine and as a deeply significant ceremonial herb. So animals also, beyond their role as sources of meat and food, are providers of their fur and their bones for use as building materials, and these relationships are more than just based around like a single extractive resources, but more as human, non-human relationships. Oh, this slide need to go back. Okay. Cool. In the Anishinaabe tradition, 7 of these teachings are actually personified as specific animals, and through our conversation with James Bird and our collaborator, we chose to include them as sort of ways of collecting up these different threads in the way that a bear and its physical prowess can maybe also, on one hand, exemplify aspects like bravery. It also knows when to sleep and when to rest. So we realized quickly that dealing with these 2 things would necessitate doing 2 drawings, with one side addressing the actual architecture and its situation within a landscape, and on the other side, addressing the entanglements and relationship to many temporalities and seasonalities that are alive with teachings as well as material and cultural ties to this greater landscape. So These 5 projects are embedded in a kind of double panorama, representing both physical and the metaphysical world in which the projects are embedded. A mill is envisioned not only as a place for the processing of lumber, but also as a locus for traditional management of forests, incorporating education and traditional forest management practices. The interface between a settler territory is envisioned, or interface to the settler territory is envisioned as a sort of embassy, a place where traditional economies and histories can be shared and folded in typically mundane highway stop programming. So a traditional gas station and convenience store for passing traffic is accompanied by a collection of cultural, food, and arts programming gathered around a central fire. Riffing on the importance of AM and pirate radio networks across the north is a series of demountable infrastructures for asserting treaty rights. It is able to serve both as a forest stewardship outpost, but also, when necessary, blockade infrastructure against unnecessary or unwelcome extractive practices. Demountable towers and cabins transported by helicopter and ATV operate as stations for the gathering of scientific data and practicing traditional ecosystem stewardship, controlled burns, wildlife population rehabilitation, and selective wildlife calls to heal the land. Looking at the keeping and transferring of knowledge and cultural practices across generations is a combined daycare and elder care institution. The principal building combines a daycare and childhood education with spaces for elders in the community, a library and story places for gathering, teaching, and recording of traditional knowledge, as well as a community kitchen. And lastly, a fish farm is centered on the idea of watershed stewardship and the centrality of lake and aquatic-derived foods to the life and economy of many communities. The project engages aquaculture and the farming of aquatic resources such as wild rice, along with science stations, education and recreation, as well as seasonal community functions. So, as a whole, these projects are provocations to look at architecture or spatial practice as something wholly embedded in the land, both in its reciprocal material flows and as a source rather than object of knowledge. The objects foreground, first and foremost, the relationship between community and land, reframing resources apart from extractive industries and instead casting them as faculties of abundance and relational networks that unfold more than human metabolisms. Resources are extricated from their habitual settler connections of commodity and regrounded as resourcefulness. 5 projects frame resourcefulness as paths to resilience and deep entanglements between community and landscape. And furthermore, they reinforce the understanding that generational and intergenerational cycles of knowledge transference and keeping coexist alongside seasonal change, wildlife migrations, and forest renewal. And basically, these projects operate at the overlap and transects between these cycles, foregrounding self-identity, self-sufficiency, and self-determination apart from an extraction state. So just some quick acknowledgements. Would really like to acknowledge James Bird, our project collaborator at Lateral Office of the Dene Sutline Nation, Dorothy Peters of the Seine River First Nations, who's the elder in residence at University of Toronto Daniels, and our conversations with Michipicoten First Nation that kind of started a lot of the conversations around this project. So thank you.
Our final speaker is Robert Charles Johnson. Robert Johnson is a British designer and founder of Studio Ficta, a creative startup fusing film, interactive design, and research across anthropological, ecological, and social contexts. Johnson's projects create alternative narratives using fictional writing as a design research tool, exploring cross-collaborative methods for human innovation from unexpected corners of society. We welcome Robert.
Hey everyone. It's always tricky going last because, you know, get inspired by the amazing work, so I'm not sure if it's good or bad going last, but I'll do my best. So I'll check this out here. Forward or back. Okay, so fat economy. Can we guess already? It's a project about the economy of fats that I did for the Design Museum back in 2020. And it really deals with a few main issues, and that's the issues of overabundance, overconsumption, and in particular with the waste fats and oils around the city, from where I'm from, which is based in London, and how to make these into a localized material energy network. And this is all based within the circular economy as a process. But for me, as a designer and occasional filmmaker, I'm quite keen to focus on new narratives, especially with fat waste and, in particular, a labor as a new narrative of a new bio-labor. So for the biennial, for TAB here, I've got a documentary on show. To the back of the room, it's there. It's not too hidden, but I'm showing a film, a speculative documentary that really shows the process and visualizes this new waste system from the perspective of labor. And it's basically a day in the life of the main character called Cooper, who collects this oil waste to turn it into these bioplastics and different biomaterials. And he really is looking at how to build a waste system from the ground up, and his relationship with this new uncharted territory within his local neighborhood. And there's a great small quote from Daniel Liebman that really sums up this fascination with this, how fat has found itself in this uncharted territory. Stating there is no evolutionary mechanism to deal with the abundance of consumption. Fat has found itself in an uncharted territory. So this kind of was my inspiration to go further to use design and storytelling and see how I can chart my own version, my own narrative with this fat waste. Speaking of stories, apologies if you had your lunch already, but the main case that really inspired Fat Economy and became the footprint of this kind of playbook was this case of the good oil scandal over in China and Taiwan from 1980 to 2015 and, well, really till present day. And what you've seen in the slide here is not a lady collecting her watch or losing a goldfish. She's actually trying to get the grease and waste oil from the sewers to be processed, to be then taken back to the streets to be resold. Highly illegal, highly carcinogenic. It's not good for consumption, but it still exists. And it's done by the poorest people in society. So when I see this, I see an example, a case study of the darker side of the circular economy and how they're making a labor, a living from living with the abundance of the waste stream. So if I can kind of speculate and use good to oil as a system and start to see the city as a system of acts, I can for me, this was kind of building my own narrative of underground waste system to make it from illegal to a legal method of making. So I'm going to take you through a quick, small archive. Sorry, I haven't got my glasses on. I can't see the screen that well from here. Excuse me. There we go. So a few key points that kind of made the narrative for myself, which kind of analysed the different labours around the city over in China. Sorry, places in China. And it starts with local knowledge of piping networks. So there'll be behavioural knowledge of where they could access these illegal trades through the sewers and understand, they would say the tides. So there's tides of fat oil, the tides of fat waste, and where to collect them. Secondly, we've got this unskilled alchemy at play. There was cases where they would add copper chlorophene to actually recolour the waste cooking oil agent to then be resold, so the kind of fake a fresh product. And since for the room for architects, how did the architecture kind of expand on hiding these processes? So there'll be cases where, for example, fake facades were made and built with the branding, with the name, with open and close sign, and they'll be hiding these pop-up processing plants where the oil would be processed to be made into a fresh, illegal product, so to speak. And then what interests me as a product designer is this case, the dialogue between kitchen tools to excavation tools. So there are examples found with a 2-meter bamboo rod with a ladle used to physically excavate certain areas of the sewers to get the grease and get the lard out of the way. And finally, this kind of quite a lethargic sense of the system, we see the abundance of local resource, and there's bentonite clay. Bentonite clay is added into this good oil, waste oil to use to take out impurities, to make it pure. It's actually used in the health industry in moisturizers to take out impurities of the skin. So if you've got moisturizer on today, you may be having some bentonite clay on your skin. So with this, the issue was taking this illegal system and create it into a positive system for myself. So looking back in UK, back in London where I live, how can I write my own playbook? So where does Fat Economy fit in to create this underground positive material system? So I needed to go back into the depths of the UK fat to fuel system. So currently, any kind of waste, fat and oil is converted to biofuel or is wasted. And the UK has quite an efficient system. So efficient, I kind of question, like, what am I doing here? Because there's already in place. How do I need to intervene? So, for example, the same as a good oil situation, the fat and grease will be trapped in these things called fat traps. And there's a £7,000 fine in place. And there's a good reason for this. from the kitchen to have these tools, these items, because there will be, if the waste oil is trapped in the drains, it causes these blockages, and that is called fatbergs. And if you're aware of a fatberg, it's basically a big congealed lump of mass, like an iceberg made from anything, crap, wet wipes, oil, grease. And because there's an interesting transition from the hot oil to the sewers where it cools down and congeals. So there's a system at play here. So fat economy, where do I exist? So just like the good to oil scanner, I wanted to nuance the waste system to try to leverage the waste product from the UK's sewers. So like the film depicts, we'd actually start to build a local unique knowledge bank of materials. So different waste types in different areas in London would give you a different material property and different material translation. And the main idea for this too was cross-collaborating. So we'd be working with the existing fuel systems on collection, and we'd actually go and take the oil to take the processing plants, but we would not come back empty-handed. As Cooper in the film depicts, would actually come back with some fat gold or the byproducts from the biofuel system. So when fat to fuel is made in the UK and frankly globally, you get two main byproducts, which is glycerol and salts. And these are actually crucial for biomaterials, bioplastics, any kind of fatty aggregates. They're really good for making elasticated new modern materials. And these are then taken back to local bio studios. So for myself, this happened. So as a designer and filmmaker, I often use my research techniques to go into the narrative, to write the scripts. And myself and a studio called Materium helped collect the samples and create these fat and oil waste material types. And so we'll physically traverse across the city in London. We'll collect liters and liters of grease and oil waste, to my wife's dismay. We'll store them somewhere, and we'll end up physically manifesting this grease culture for ourselves to see what can come from these different oil types to create positive materials for the ecology. So I had my installation at the Design Museum, and I actually created a fat sample or a wall of fat samples. So we would actually physically create individual tiles of bioplastics and different fatty aggregates on display. And what's the key thing to mention here is each tile is actually stamped with a few codes. So you've got the Caribbean cuisine in this case, the area code, the postcode, so SE15, Southeast London, and the waste code. And this waste code is actually the waste code that's used in the EU currently. And there's two waste codes that only exist. And these waste codes basically direct and dictate where the oil goes and where the fat goes to create new biofuels or to landfill. So with fat economy, the idea was to nuance this and create a dynamic range of waste codes, like potential waste codes, of potential different material types with different material properties by taking a closer look at our fat waste, our oil waste, at our cultures within our restaurants and takeaways to create a modern range. So this slide you've seen here is from the Design Museum over in London. It's actually a map of London. So you've got north, east, south, west, whichever that goes. And it's actually seeing the city as a map, but from the perspective of new materials. And we created packaging. So for this case, you might see this in the film, there's actually a production line of creating templates of simple packaging. This is taken from a restaurant, a chain called Morley's. If anyone's aware of Morley's, it's a greasy chicken chain. Great at 2 a.m. after a few beers. Probably bad for your health if you eat it every day. But this is interesting because it has nutritional value that's bad, but it's good for the material. So there's an interesting nutritional translation from the waste type to the material type. And that's where you get a whole range, a whole taxonomy of different aspects of material design. So just like the Good to Oil scandal, we can start to see London as a local production line. So you can start to see boroughs where I live and boroughs where, for example, chemical scientists who I collaborated with live. We kind of map these places. We start to understand there's unique material waste types, and we can kind of understand that different areas in the city within a closed territory, within a closed border, can start to create its own resource from the same source. And I'm a fan of a quote, who's not, from Michael Braunhart and William McDonough, Cradle to Cradle. He states, eco-efficiency is an outwardly admirably a noble concept, but is not a strategy for success over the long term because it does not reach deep enough. And this reaching deep enough is really what fat economy is about and the film is about. So can we reach deep enough in regards to our waste systems, to nuance it, to not be so efficient, and to really kind of have this role of efficiency versus efficacy. So what's the balance between there? So hopefully you can take away what I'm trying to do with fat economy. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the speakers to join us in conversation up here. So Chris and I would like to thank the organizers, Arati and Lydia, if they're here or not here. We're really delighted to be participating and to get to see all of your work today. It was really quite amazing. And we, this is the end of a long day. We want to get right into it and see if we can have some provocative conversation up here, which I don't think will be difficult given our participants. So our perspective here is that even as the world that we live in, as we see it, is quite vainly attempting to separate ideas of nature and culture. Numa Studio, Chris and I, have strong feelings that the most important works of our time are inventions and scenarios that rise above these neat categories, or what might be thought of as disciplinary boundaries. The sociologist Bruno Latour has argued that what distinguishes modernity is not a rupture with a stable culture or so-called natural order, but critically, its unprecedented proliferation of hybrid assemblages that traverse the categories of nature and culture.
As we sit here, immersed in the inventions of the Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal, we are all entangled with works that transgress old ideas of architecture, landscape, and even science and engineering. We see these potent hybrids not as some tepid combination, but rather new mediums, what might be seen as, to quote Latour, actors endowed with the capacity to translate what they transport, to redefine it, redeploy it, and also to betray it.
So for our first question to the panel here, in that spirit of Latour, how might you consider your work in the context of transgression or even betrayal relative to the discipline of architecture or landscape architecture?
Hopefully that's
This is on.
Hopefully that's
Testing,
provocative.
1, 2, 1, 2. The key word I hear there was betrayal. Betrayal, betrayed. So I feel with, in my case, I look into like working class labor a lot. So I find that with my project, with the oil waste, who am I betraying there? So, because like I said at the end, there's a system in place. It's quite efficient, and there's policy in place. So what's the point of me even as a designer making new materials that don't really exist properly in our system yet? So am I betraying efficiency? But I think that's when it stands to kind of, hopefully with efficacy, we can try to take a deeper look and understand there's, some people have to be betrayed, but also educated, to that degree. So that's my first thought out of my head from that quote there.
Okay. I don't know about betrayal, but what I heard, what my keyword was the dichotomy between nature and human or the environment. And I think this kind of, well, it's something that we've all been dealing with, but it's also a little bit dated in a way to think about the world in those terms. And what is common to all this, the work in this panel is the maybe not being that architectural in humankind, but thinking about nature architecture as a way to bridge this dichotomy.
Building on what Sharon just said, and for me the interesting word is transgression. And transgression is always about thinking architecture in another way. Of course, like the projects that we we were dealing, all of us were a bit diverse for sure, but I think this was the starting point on another point of view on something that we really regarded as traditional, even through our practices and through our projects.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe this is something that I mentioned in my talk, but I think architecture as a profession and how we know it is so deeply imbricated in extractive processes, not only in terms of like the materials that obviously buildings are made out of, but also in the sort of procurement processes that go into making architectural objects, and the sort of system of land value speculation that it really encourages, that I think, I mean, if we're necessarily going to actually like change how things work, we really have to think more about what exactly is valued and whether or not there's a way to do that that is doesn't entangle us in so many ugly things.
If I would make a last, I don't know, remark, is the only thing that, and I think I kind of like this panel or the work, is that the only thing that we betrayed is like the traditional notion of architecture. And given the fact that, you know, like the sensitivity that has been building the last years, which maybe in a delayed fashion came towards environment, we need more of this. Like we have built enough, and that didn't prove to be so good in the 20th century. And I guess the architects of the 20th century betrayed the previous one, so modernism betrayed classicism in a way. So now maybe the betrayal and the transgression in a way, like going over other disciplines and still dealing with architecture. Architecture is not only about building things, it's also about, I don't know, deconstructing buildings maybe, or all the interesting topics that people touched upon. So I think I'm good with that kind of betrayal in a way.
Well, interesting responses, relatively general, but our question was relatively general. But maybe in terms of some specifics, and maybe to your last comment on architecture, referring to that as a formal discipline of knowledge in a profession that's defined in specific ways, or at least historically has been. It seems to us, I mean, ultimately in terms of the Latour reference, we were interested in ideas of transgression or betrayal, the reference to a term like hybrid, where the work, and we certainly can see, and I suppose could talk about how each of your bodies of work explore hybrids, whether or not you spoke to that specifically or not, hybrids between architecture and infrastructure, hybrids between infrastructure and landscape. Of course, that extends to the artificial and the natural.
Building and food.
Between building and food.
Food and dirt.
So that it raises interesting questions, I think. I mean, maybe for us, some of what we were interested in terms of this Biennale being presented more or less at the dawn of a new century, seems fitting that we're sitting in an industrial ruin, a relic of the 20th century, which obviously was a big source of motivation for modernism beginning at the beginning of the 20th century, which opened up, and that strikes us as well, I think, about your work, opened up an approach to new materials, new forms of production, but also questions of meaning, questions of aesthetics. One is reminded of Rainer Banham's famous machine aesthetic term, which he used disparagingly, I think, for the most part, but sought to look to questions of meaning as well as maybe some of the more prosaic functions that we associate with building. But maybe in terms of getting a little bit more specific, each of you could speak about returning to our general question, how you see the work transgressing or betraying, not in using that in a kind of derogatory way, but if one could think of as a kind of productive betrayal. I guess that's the spirit of it. New hybrids, new territories between landscape and architecture, between infrastructure and biology, between the natural and the artificial, between the human and the non-human. Again, it seems like each of your work in various ways is doing that. And then I think implicit also is the question of aesthetics, something that we're interested in. not so much in a kind of superficial way, but in terms of a history of aesthetic theory, which is really looks at aesthetics as a form of communication, whether that's visual or oral or whatever other sensory effect it's producing. But the degree to which aesthetics work to produce meaning, in effect, and that's a kind of function, which maybe returns us to your question about, well, what is architecture? Presumably it's more than building. It's also about meaning, and that's a kind of function of architecture. So I don't know if that maybe helps steer a second round of responses, possibly, in terms of maybe more specifically thinking about the work in those terms. And I don't know, Catherine, if you want to add anything to that.
Maybe I would add something. I mean, there are a couple, for specifics, hearing about your work really for the first time today, beyond just what little introductions we had before, and research that we completed. Vittoria De Palma, relatively recent book in the last 10 years called Wasteland, and she talks quite a bit about the aesthetics of disgust, which, a few of the projects here I think were really dealing with that. And then I'm a landscape architect, right? So we like to joke that I bring the entropy and he brings the order, and somewhere in between there we end up with something like a very fruitful conflict all the time. And the reefs, the artificial reef system, for me is starting, like especially that surface treatment was, visually really incredibly appealing to me. And we understand it has a function, right? So it has this, what a landscape architect would call a very picturesque appearance. And for you, Kieran, the indigenous, which is something Chris and I this summer spent half our summer in the Four Corners region of the United States. So we were looking at some of this history here. And, in a sense, I think of how we have mythologized the indigenous relative to certain practices relating to land without actually restoring the land, right? And there's so many different ways in which we can enter into that, but I'm very happy for you to be a part of this and bring the Canadian part of it into our awareness, but everyone really, frankly, needs to understand that in order to even get deeply into a practice like working with dirt, right? So many of the types of building practices that vernacular, indigenous, and how we might begin to think about that in a world that might want things to be very tidy.
Yeah, there's something I think really interesting that Rob brought up in his project, which is that, sometimes local inhabitants know how to use things in ways that are resourceful and cunning and really surprisingly efficient. And we have, as much as there's like a lot of looking towards like biophilia in terms of like systems, I think actually like learning how to listen to how local inhabitants and people who have lived somewhere for a very long time and developed, sets of often like really dense practices for how to live in a certain place. And I think, with sort of whatever cascading ecological crises that we're faced with, we're often, I think, meant to feel that it's like humans and us ourselves that are really doing this to the planet, but really we're talking about the system of extractive capitalism that we live in, and that to assume, I think, that it is us sort of assumes capitalism as like a natural state of things, and maybe the only way of making things happen. And I don't know. I think maybe some of these things might, be able to resist the urge to turn everything into markets or to, financialize things through like NFTs and things like that. There are, I think, ways that are more fundamental that kind of come back to just kind of like actually listening to people that are from places.
From my point of view, I think the interesting or something that came up to me when we are sitting all together here is the maybe connection between the geopolitics section into the lab section, and the similarities between your work that kind of created taxonomy of waste to our work that created taxonomy of working with earth on one hand, and on the other one about colonialism and the way that we look at those native strategies, trying not to be sensitive enough to not do cultural appropriation, but at the same time try to think about things like theory from the South and how can we learn from those practices and maybe create a better environment or more equitable environment using them. So somehow, for me, the geopolitics evolved into the lab, and it's really, really interesting, especially when talking about land and earth, and you can't touch land or earth without taking it or consuming it from someone else. So that's just like something that I've been contemplating on. Maybe just one last thing is the idea of theory from the South and capitalism that a lot of people are talking here, and walking around Estonia and thinking about all the Soviet history that it had. It kind of, and the thing that we heard in the morning about the Dajas and the Soviet architecture, maybe it's not only capitalism that we need to think of, or maybe to reinvention our politics in a different way.
So I think we mentioned politics at the end, but I think, and also to the question of, what is architecture? It's kind of a go, like my professor said, from the Design Academy to design is a ghost in the cloud. So I feel, as a non-architect, possibly architecture is the same thing. What is it now? It's a different meaning. I think it has an old antiquated idea of it's buildings. It's not just that. It's a production house. It's a producer. And talking to politics and what is architecture, I feel within my area of expertise, or where I study and when I do my practice, it's making a hybrid model for not only just designers and architects and engineers to exist. It's also like people with policy. Industry, for example. So, and how do we communicate that with industry? I think that's the issue you said about the communication's a big platform, and we often see a lot of diagrams, a lot of academic research, but then to the general layman's person, like how do they understand this? How do they play with this? And that's something I have a big issue with. And I choose film sometimes and documentaries and speculative design to, draw a picture. And we can use it as a tool to go to industry and to go to policy, say, look, now you can get involved. And I think there's a bridge that needs to be built for politics and, for people who work in industry who have no idea what design and architecture is for them, and how they can understand how it can actually help more than just housing a building, so to speak.
Maybe to second that, it's interesting that I think everyone on this panel are not practicing architecture as their main profession, if I'm not if I'm not mistaken, right? So we all have background in architecture, but betraying it in some ways by doing a lot of other things.
It's the renegades. There's something to which in terms of this idea of making order, I was really struck by the presence of taxonomy in pretty much every presentation today. And it's something we do, it's something we learned how to do maybe in order to make sense of the world, which is frankly a mess, right? So the taxonomy, when we're talking about fat, which is something that is going to fill any container you put it in, I think yours is like the most clearly messy of the materials, and then you're a close second, right? And as a landscape architect, we think of dirt as in a very different way. So when people start talking about dirt, I get very excited because this is what I'm thinking about all the time. And I have a background in geology. But for me, this idea of taxonomy and the order making actually is a part of what we do to communicate, right? And those beautiful taxonomies, the installation, actually create some clarity around something. but it also has its own kind of aesthetic communication, and perhaps is helping people to enter into a topic which otherwise is very difficult to touch.
My thoughts on that, taxonomy is something like it's coming also from the past, like 60s and 70s, and all the idea of archiving the work started building on our, of course, our education and then our profession. But what actually struck me was the idea of the hybrids that Chris brought up, in a sense that I don't believe that none of us creates hybrids. We create new paradigms of work that doesn't have to do with the past. Like betrayal as a word has to do with the past. You betray something that exists. Well, when you transgress, you actually move to another level. Like indigenous people, and all the reference was, for me, particularly interesting, since I consider tradition to be successful innovation. So we use what we need from the past, we build upon it, we don't actually come against it. And so all the works that were presented here I think were examples of that. That it's not that we want to fight architecture, we just build on architecture to explore new fields and create new things, and this, for me, this is an innovation, actually.
If I would like to add on that, and just to be a bit provocative, so we are Greeks, but I would call myself indigenous, but I cannot write that I'm indigenous. But I'm indigenous in the sense that my family comes from the same place for over some generations, and most of my family is there. I'm not living there for some years now. Nobody would call a Greek guy indigenous, but we call Indians indigenous. And so that's something. The fact that you're portraying something, also the fact with the taxonomy is a colonialist context that does not really exist in my hometown for a lot of people as a way of understanding things. It looks for them, it looks for a lot of people like a scientific sort of mumbo-jumbo I don't understand. So it's not like making it very graspable for a lot of people. But like as you grow, or you, like it's a nice way to communicate different contexts and things. So like to Sharon's work, like, you know, you have the periodic table, and then that's a good analogy to also put mud in it. Some people would never think about it, but that's an easy way of doing it. And then to our work, that's how it's self-similar in a way that everybody, it's one of us. And then, for example, Rob's work, I believe Rob's work is like what an indigenous urban person would do. Like treating waste, but like we didn't grow up like that, because indigenous was a guy, a villager, let's say, and then if you are living in the city, you throw something away, you don't care what happens to that. It took like 100 years, and maybe we caused a lot of big trouble to the environment, and then we started understanding, yeah, you know, when I throw it in the rubbish bin, it doesn't disappear. But for some reason, for many years, people, although the knowledge was embedded in all the communities that left some smaller community and went to a city, they forgot about that. Like their kids forgot about how, you know, when you're throwing something away, it doesn't disappear. It's there. It's somebody else's job to take care of it. So I think and then that is related to tradition in many ways for me, because tradition is like this passing on of knowledge. But this passing off of knowledge sometimes looks obsolete, not cool, not applicable, whatnot. And I'm not a traditional per se person, but I think there are good things on both ends. For example, on the colonialist side, you know, concepts like taxonomy can help advance the way you think and understand things, because when you have a lot of things, you have to put an order in them. If not, it's too chaotic, and then you have a magician in the village that tells you that's the right. And that's how, like, say, Indians made sense. And that was working perfectly, but that's not very democratic. So with a taxonomy, you put a table of things, and then everybody, as long as they put effort in it, they can understand it. So for me, that's a big difference. That's what internet, for example, brought, or the new media. And then like coming to the geopolitics, if capitalism or communism is better than the other, now, like, as long as you have the time and like appetite to go into, you can really look into that and decide for yourself or socially, whichever system you feel like. Before, that was not a given. And I think that's interesting in our time, and that's interesting for our work, because that is what propels us, let's say, to transgress things. You have the chance to look into other things, and then you can, take a leap of faith and say, okay, I'm going to try this. But sometimes it's like the only leap of faith is like crossing the boundary of your discipline. Because the problem of waste was there, for example. Now, how you can rethink about it, maybe 20, 30 years ago, it was not a problem to think. But the problem was there, and we could be much more advanced if we were taking it more seriously, let's say, earlier. So
this take is so interesting. I will say, as someone who's dealing with living material and plants all the time, right, the idea of taxonomy becomes problematic, right? It starts with these studying and archiving of dead samples, for one, that really totally betray their original matter, but the system is absolutely a colonial one. It helps us understand, and then it also obfuscates relationships between things. And when you start dealing with living matter, whether it's trying to attract various creatures to the reef system, or trying to extract creatures from the oil, or make the dirt edible, which I really would like to hear more about this. Like, what does it taste like? Can I please?
I've got a quick remark on taxonomy. I'm going to ping-pong it back to you. And it's good, problematic, I'm not too sure. But I think the good thing about it is it has the option to make things scalable. And that's probably through the power of communication. So it's an interesting, the periodic table is great because you can start to scale that. So I think with these innovations and these different kind of ideas, how do you get that into the real world? And what's the fastest way to do so? Like I said, with the indigenous communities, there's the issue of, okay, it's local knowledge. You go to one person, but there were this kind of like, they're small. We're speaking global to kind of really try to solve global issues. It needs to be scalable. So I think when it comes to formatting and communication, this is where I think taxonomy can kind of exist in a very powerful sense to make things a bit more scalable, past and present.
And also to understand things, like for us in our process, once we put things on the table, we realized what are the similarities and where are the things that things don't connect to each other, like understanding that in order to eat earth, we need to take all the organic matter out of it, and in order to build with earth, we need to use more organic matters. So it's like using the taxonomy and the table not only as a way to represent things, but also to learn and to understand them, and maybe from that understanding to develop a new thing.
Well, it's an interesting. And I think, to Rob's point, I think, yes, a lot of indigenous communities are, of course, small, but we also have to realize that so much of the surface of the planet that serves as sort of resource frontiers lies on land that was, at some point, colonized by Europeans for the process or to further or facilitate an extractive colonial empire. And that, again, to the idea of taxonomy, that necessarily, in a colonial way of thinking, we tend to atomize things and view them separately as things like dead samples, but looking at them, again, more as something like a relational network is sort of where you go from a periodic table to actual chemistry and things happening, right? So I think this is less about it being about small communities, but more about listening and learning from practices and from how ecosystems work and how people can work within ecosystems in a little bit less of a one-way fashion.
I was just going to say it's an interesting conversation, and it occurred to me, perhaps obvious, but maybe useful, that a conference and an exhibition, a biennial organized around the term edible suggests an obvious temporality, obviously, right? Eating, digestion process. So it's a theme that by definition is caught up in processes and various forms of temporality, and that seems to be one way maybe to return to the question of architecture. If we think returning to the great ancient architecture of Greece and its sort of investment in producing as well as communicating ideas of permanence through the use of stone, heavy kind of stationary symmetrical buildings, obviously modernism, phases of modernism by way of the machine engaged questions of temporality, that perhaps maybe is a way to think about a lot of the work here, not just literally in terms of processes that are in the work, but these questions of identity. Identity in terms of unstable identity, whether it's an idea of indigenous identity versus non-indigenous, and as you're pointing out, well, where does the indigenous begin and end? That's a question of place and origin, which is a question of time and how far back do you go. So that's when you really kind of examine it actually quite ambiguous. So it seems to me whether it's questions of identity in terms of an idea of site or place or discipline, architecture, not architecture, infrastructure, landscape, that may be a broader kind of conversation about temporality and instability, a kind of productive instability is useful. I think
perhaps a reminder that we are entirely reliant upon plants for our existence and the processes of photosynthesis. When I hear digestion, I immediately think of photosynthesis as this process which is happening all the time on a diurnal basis, which is actually providing the possibility of life for humans.
So we were looking at the clock and realizing everything has been very punctual. So we thought we should
about temporality.
Talk about temporality, yes, and order, and keeping time, making order with time. We have about 5 minutes left, it looks like, so we thought we would open the panel up to the audience to see if there are any questions for the presenters.
Do you want to stand up and...
Hi, thanks for the presentations and the discussions. My question is probably going to fill up the whole 5 minutes, I'm sorry. It starts from something Karen said, and I think it was discussed already, but I would really like to take it back there, that architecture as a source, not object of knowledge, is something you said, architecture functioning like that. And you gave a number of different examples of how that could be, a building functioning as many different things. And I think in many ways that's what Edible is doing, right? So how can a city also function as a place to make the food, not only bring it in and all that? And you've discussed like agency and potentiality, a little bit mentioned that in the framework that would like to harvest that for profit and rationalize all sorts of processes, that becomes complicated. So maybe and discuss that taxonomies might be a methodology that you have to arrive at these places, that architecture becomes a source, not an object of knowledge. But maybe I would like to put again this how question. Maybe there are other tools, methodologies, or maybe even more examples that you could bring how architecture or urban environments in a wider scale could function as sources of knowledge. And maybe there are some new avenues to explore that you want to also bring out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might relate to maybe the answer to the previous question that architecture isn't simply the object, like a building as an object, but always as something that kind of like comes to life through its programming, through the way that we live and experiencing it. And I think that treating architecture as a source rather than object of knowledge means, again, I think like really having a more attuned kind of like observational, an open observational way of looking at things and how things work and the types of economic arrangements in which they are embedded might lead to designing with a few less formal preoccupations and things like that. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add.
Yeah, for me, two words came to mind, like transparency and education. You know, 'cause like, I think this is an example of how to do things differently. You know, it's like being transparent with our conversations, with our work, being transparent with our processes, and opening the doors to, you know, to have more discussions. I mean, it's a classic thing to say, let's have a discussion about it. You know, every design event does this, but it's then what then? You know, I'm interested in what next. So how do you almost archive this? I don't want to say let's get a taxonomy of our information, but how do you archive this event to go further? So yeah, for me, it's just transparency and dialogue, and then who knows? Hopefully, in the future, will be better.
Anyone else want to respond to that question, or?
For me, it was kind of where I want to stand is mainly on this idea about architecture being an object and a source at the same time, and also referring to what you said about Greek architecture, and there is a big misunderstanding to start with and built on the temporality. Like all the Greek ancient temples weren't like white, like the way we perceive them today, like this white marble thing. Actually, in the ancient times, all the temples were colorful. So let's say like that architecture is the source in it, so we can get a lot of things out of the geometry, but we don't get what they actually felt at their time. So in a sense, time erased color and erased a big source, let's say, of information that was meant to be conveyed by these temples. So for me, like this is the matter what is the most important, and in a sense that archiving things through taxonomy is a way to, let's say, to freeze the time at a certain moment and say that we are here now. But I don't know, it's always this idea of where we are going next, how we feel it, what we think about architecture, what is the semiology, let's say, of architecture at its point of the time, and how this, like how we think about our projects, let's say, or let's say Sharon's project. I would never think that I could eat soil. Suddenly she presents an idea of something that is really common to some cultures. And maybe for us it's the same thing with the temples. Like the way we think of them now is not the way they thought of them at that time. So as time changes, our ideas changes, architecture changes, and it's not like that objects kind of stay in a sense the same, but not at the same time. I don't know, this like, it's kind of complicated, but I guess you got it.
Coming back to the question in terms of methods, and just to finish it up, that what remained, let's say, if we take the temples, and I'm going to use another term, it's like, we are here in an old restored building. Restoration comes out of restauro. Restauro is restaurant. So it's like you restore your stomach. And we are at the Biennale that talks about edible architecture. So one good thing about architecture is whatever remains, it has some materiality, like the same thing with the pyramids that sustain the time. So of course, maybe the meaning changed and people lost the meaning, but it's there and it proves a concept, like, I don't know, tectonics or symmetry or anything. And I think it's being open, coming back to Roberts, and like ready to accept that some things about certain architectures are bad and certain things are good is a good way to start developing different methods in dealing with new concepts. So sometimes memory doesn't have to be good. Architecture serves good as an object that brings together a collective memory for a culture, for a regime, for anything. And like, just to finish it, in Japan, they have ancient temples, but no temple is ancient because they restore it every 100 years. So by doing that, they're against the restoration concept that some architects came up with, but they are able to preserve the manufacturing and all the technique, all the tradition. So in that sense, they are able to not maintain the older traits of it or the how something can grow older, but they can maintain a lot of things about the culture of being a carpenter or, I don't know, learning the skill. So for me, when I went there, and I grew up in Greece, and there was always ruins, but they were somewhat important. When I went to Japan, I thought, these are not ruins, but they look better. And tied with the concept that somebody's learning from restoring it, yeah, I think it's a nice way to think about how you can deal with, the concept of restoring an ancient monument. What is a monument? Like, there are different methods at it. That I think what is important is to be sincere and clear about it and iterate on it, like trial and error. That's like what architecture is. Not everything is successful, but sometimes some mistakes stay, and it's good to keep seeing it. So thank you all for the nice talk.
Yeah, I really like your circular connection between restoration and restaurant. It's kind of a good circle to end our conversation. Also, what we learned from our project is, in order for a building to be good, it needs to to sustain time, to be very resilient. And in order for something, like if we want to eat something, it needs to be very fresh. So it's kind of dichotomy that we need to negotiate. And that's something like to think of when we want to everyone to go and eat dinner now.
We can all go and restore our stomachs. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you to the panel.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you. Sharon, Evangelos, Iasonas, Kieran, Robert, and our moderators, Chris and Catherine. Thanks a lot. We're done with let's say, the main part of the symposium, but now let's hear from our curators, from Arete and Lydia, with a few closing remarks and maybe kind of summing up of what we learned today. Please.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ivan. Does this work? Okay. Yeah, we won't be long because we had like a very full day in all aspects and levels. Just to thank you, everybody, for participating. These discussions are complementary to everything that is happening in the exhibition, the content that you can find in the catalog. Today we went through two very important ideas in relation to edible. The first one is how we can produce food, and we've seen different ways on doing that, which really excite us because one could only imagine that there is a direct way of just growing food in an urban agriculture traditional way, and that is not true. We've seen that through the different kinds of projects. And the second crucial idea is how can architecture be eaten away? And both concepts are very key on our theme, and we're happy to see all of your projects, the parallel work that you have done and you're doing besides what you have already prepared for the exhibition here in Tallinn. And we have also been through the circular block. I don't know if, Lydia, you want to sum up something on this and just introduce what will happen tomorrow?
Yes, there is too much content, I think, to be digested, and hence the digestion series at the eFlux, which I urge you to see. But we inaugurated the vision competition, which is, I don't even know how to explain it in Italian. Like, you just walk diagonally this way, And on a fence, we have the results of the vision competition, and I think there was the second prize was awarded to an Estonian team, which explained the projects that they did using kind of blockchain technology to crowdsource different energy resources. But we just wanted to, everybody's very tired right now, and we're going to resume tomorrow with the farm and the city, the farm and the species. So today we, as Ariti explained, we saw these two panels on how architecture produces food and how architecture may decompose itself. Tomorrow we're going to address the questions of interspecies ecologies, the farm and the city, and we're going to hear by a long list of really important participants. And just as a closing remark, I want to ask the participants of the Biennale and the Symposium to be here at 6 o'clock for an incredible experience that we have organized for you. So we want to thank you for listening to us. We know these are long days, and we will wait for you tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, everybody.